Good evening. I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and welcome to the City Council's October 10th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. I have City Council member Maria Dorr and City Council member Betsy Nash with me. Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor and Councilmember Drew Combs will be joining the City Council in our closed session. City Clerk Karen, will you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our October 10th special and regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an agenda item this evening, for your participating in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, we'll ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. Report from closed session. I would like to introduce our City Attorney, Nira Doherty, for a report out from our September 26th session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Item D, agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. I want to note that if any item is pulled or modified, it will be heard after the study session, item L1 this evening, although we will be taking public comment on the consent calendar items when it comes up. So do any City Council members wish to pull or modify an agenda item? I'm not seeing any. So we are moving on to our closed session. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on our closed session items E1 through E5?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item E1, conference with legal counsel, E2, conference for labor negotiations, E3, city manager performance evaluation, or E4, city attorney performance evaluation. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Final call for public comment on our closed session items E1 through E4. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. We will now adjourn this meeting and reconvene in closed session. We'll reconvene the regular meeting no earlier than 6 p.m. and we anticipate reconvening no later than 6:30 p.m. We'll try to keep you posted between that 6 to 6:30 hour to let you know how we're moving along. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience as we met in closed session. We have lately been meeting in closed session at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So we wanted to make sure that we were considering these items with a fresh mind. So we appreciate you waiting for us there. So we're going to move on to item F, which is our call to order. Once again, I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and I would like to recall the order the City Council September 26th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council staff and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited. We are now moving on from our report from closed session, item G. I would like to introduce City Attorney Neera Doherty for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. So the next item is H, which is public comment. But prior to public comment, I would actually like to read a statement about events that are unfolding in Israel. So please bear with me. On Saturday, October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched a coordinated, unprovoked attack on Israel from the Gaza Strip. Hamas has fired thousands of rockets towards Israel's major population centers, breached Israel's borders, infiltrated Israeli communities, kidnapped over 100 civilians from numerous nations, killed more than 900 Israelis, and wounded thousands more. 14 Americans have been declared dead at the hands of Hamas, and 20 or more are still unaccounted for. We have all likely seen videos and heard stories of families stalked by terrorists while hiding with young children and babies, teens dragged away from a music festival into Gaza, and Israelis being shot at point blank. What happened on October 17th was a massacre and a slaughter, and I am horrified and disgusted. I want to thank the many leaders around the world, country, and local communities who have condemned the attack and who have expressed their solidarity with Israel and who have acknowledged Israel's right to defend herself. I encourage those who have yet to speak out to do so. I also want to ask those who are currently lending their support to continue to do so, even when, and especially when, Israel takes necessary actions to continue to defend herself. We often see a pattern in which support for Israel is shared in early days, but once Israel acts, the support wanes. We must not forget that Israel was attacked unprovoked. We must not forget that Hamas terrorists savagely brutalized defenseless citizens. We must not forget that Hamas terrorists have taken hostages as bargaining chips in a complete violation of humanitarian rights. There is no excuse for this. I also want to speak on behalf of the Jewish community of Menlo Park. Your Jewish neighbors are not okay. We are worried about our cousins and sisters and brothers, both figurative and literal. We are worried about our kids' camp counselors, our tour guides from family vacations in Israel, our coworkers in tech companies. We all know someone who has a loved one who has been personally traumatized. We are agitated that once again, Israel is being demonized and blamed for violence. We are disgusted by the cheering in streets of death to Jews. We are traumatized that Jews are not safe in this world and that anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country. We need to feel that we are not alone. We need each of you to join us in solidarity. We need you to join us in our unequivocal condemnation of Hamas and its deplorable actions. Thank you. We are now moving on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will be calling for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the city council on any item under the following agenda sections: presentations and proclamations, consent calendar, regular business, study session, and informational items. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H, public comment, if you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 at this time. Thank you. And so our first speaker will be Peter Diepenbrock with donated time from Nate Gardner, Lillian Lampel, Doug Strauss, Rye Brockett, and Amy Wu, and this will be limited to 9 minutes.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Peter Diepenbrock. Hello. Just wanted to talk with you. I'm representing the Menlo Park pickleball community and just had a request that we wanted to make of you. We've been working for the last 3 years trying to get some pickleball courts in Menlo Park and just kind of want to recap where we're at and where we started and where we're at right now, basically. So we first started with pickleball courts at Kelly Park, and those were not really used very much because of their location and difficulty getting there. So the request was to get some courts at Nealon, much more central, and we got courts at Nealon Park, and it's been a huge success. And it started out as a temporary program, but the overwhelming success. It's been determined that we're going to keep it going. I was a member of the Parks and Rec Commission for 4 years, and last October, the commission devoted one meeting to discussing getting more courts, and we voted 5-1 to add additional courts at Nealon Park. And then after that, to be honest, we're really not sure what happened. All we know is that it didn't happen, even though the Parks and Rec Commission voted 5-1 to do it. So basically, I'm here trying, we've tried to work with Parks and Rec at several meetings since then and haven't been able to get anywhere. So we are making the request to you tonight to get 2 more courts at Nealon Park. And we understand that, the tennis community has an issue and they don't want to lose their tennis courts. But our suggestion is that we can work together and make it so we're not displacing tennis players. We've done several surveys and observations of the courts, and we have documented that 90% of the time there is at least one tennis court open at Nealon Park. So, our suggestion is that if we add 2 pickleball courts at Nealon, it's not going to displace tennis players. We can, when tennis players are at their peak time, they can have the court for tennis. So we think it's a very reasonable request. We've done lots of observation of the courts, and we suggest that if, our numbers are not to be believed, that the court's available, that maybe the city can do some sort of objective observation, because we just are constantly in a situation where we have way more than the 16 pickleball players that are allotted on the one court there. And we have many, many pickleball players waiting while there are tennis courts open. So, we're just making a very simple request. We're hoping that it can be an agenda item for you in the future, to where, and I know, Parks and Rec will say that they have plans for pickleball courts, but we're talking about the immediate situation. Yes, down the road, they have plans for adding, a couple of years, adding some courts at Willow or that sort of thing. But we're asking for, right now, 2 more pickleball courts striped on court 4 at Nealon Park. Very simple, straightforward request. Again, does not need to displace any tennis. If Hillview needs to use the tennis courts, they can use the tennis courts. So really open for working with tennis players and not displacing any tennis players. It seems like it should be very, very doable. That's basically our request at this time, is 2 additional pickleball courts at Nealon Park. Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jim Schott with donated time from JD Diepenbrock, Alyssa Blonde, Lavender Heng, Billy Chow, Amy Yan, and Sandra Sweet. And again, we'll be limited to the 9 minutes.
Jim Schott, I'm a resident of Menlo Park for 30 years. I love the city. And I wanted to put some numbers behind the information that Peter just shared. One of the, and we had 2 slides to show. One of the questions we began to ask was, why are the tennis courts empty so often? And Peter mentioned the idea that 90% of the time, a tennis court at Nealon is open. We took a daily 34 members of the pickleball community contributed to watch hourly and daily for 30 days in September. It measured 3,700 hours of playtime and found a couple things. We found that there were 2.5 times more players playing pickleball than tennis. 90% of the time during all hours, a tennis court was open. 85% of the time, 80 to 85% of the time during peak times for tennis, a tennis court was open. The idea was not to say we'd like courts because we want courts. The idea was to ask the question, can we measure this to understand how to optimize use of the courts? And if possible, use more tennis courts for pickleball without displaying tennis players. We can go to the second slide, Judy, thank you. One of the requests might be to ask if the city has an opportunity or a method to go track use of all of the tennis courts in the city to help look at sharing and fairness among the courts. Some way to accommodate the 650 pickleball players who registered to play at Nealon or who have played. The request, as Peter asked, is to restripe the tennis court. There's a 1 tennis court to USTA, U.S. Tennis Association guidelines. And we hope that this might also lead to more opportunity for lessons, clinics, tournaments, events, with the idea that there are a lot of people in the pickleball community willing to contribute to the revenue for maintaining the courts, developing the courts, and maybe being a source of income to the city. We did a rough poll and found out 8 out of 10 people that we asked were willing to pay a key fee, a court fee, a use fee, although we still see that as a declining amount of the overall revenue the city generates from tennis. We think there could be a significant opportunity with the pickleball, within the pickleball community. And there are the other objections, noise, crowding, parking. We think there's solutions for many of these things and low-cost solutions. So I'll leave it at that and say thank you. Thanks for consideration.
Our next speaker is Pat Westover, followed by Ty Thamesith.
Good evening. My name is Kat Westover and I'm non-resident from Atherton. And I'm sure you've all heard about the sense of community that pickleball generates. I mean, I must have at least 30 people in my phone whose last name is Pickleball. And what that means to you guys is not only does it generate a sense of community, it also generates income. Because a lot of times after pickleball, we'll go to the Goose, or we'll go to Bronies, or we'll make plans to go to the Guild. Or I actually had a pickleball party this summer, and we had almost 30 people at the party, and I shopped at Safeway in Menlo Park, and I shopped at Trader Joe's in Menlo Park for this big pickleball party. So not only generating a sense of community, but also generating income for Menlo Park. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Ty, followed by Greg Goodwin.
My name's Ty Tomaston. I'm a resident of Menlo Park for the last 9 years. I've sent each of you an email. Please read it. It details my thoughts in more detail about pickleball, and I yield the rest of my time to Peter Diepenbrock.
So next speaker is Greg Goodwin, followed by Ken Harris.
Good evening, Council. Greg Goodwin, property owner in Menlo Park. Purpose of being here is Onetta Harris Community Center. Basically, we don't want the name changed. You've promised several times that you wouldn't change the name. It's a disgrace that we are still here asking for you to keep your word. Basically, I feel like it's scandalous. You guys are with a straight face lying to the public, and we can't trust you. You know, what are you trying to do? Provoke us to have some kind of protest, large protest? We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get the council to be honest and act with integrity and keep your word. You affirmatively stated that the name change would not happen. And then you're taking, you have us come in several months and continuing to take issue like you're going to vote to change the name. That's hypocrisy. What are we supposed to trust? And I'm not stating this as plain as I may otherwise, but you probably get what I'm saying. You are saying that you're going to vote to change the name after telling us affirmatively that you would not change the name. That's as scandalous as the GOP Republicans. And it's just, it's dishonest. And what are we supposed to think? How are we supposed to trust a council that is saying one thing and doing something else, and that kind of thing? I wanted to say real fast that this is just not, it's not fair. It's really not fair what you guys are doing. And we are asking for the integrity and rectitude of this council to show forth, because it's a disgrace what's going on against the Black community over there. Onetta Harris is a legend, okay? And to remove that name would simply remove our history, remove Black culture, and also remove her legacy. In addition, we've got 9 seconds. Well, we'll stop there. I just want to say, I'm asking God to bless all of the families that's victims of war. You brought that up earlier. We're asking God to keep his shield of protection over them, okay? And we'll talk again later.
Next speaker is Ken Harris, followed by Katrina Ryan.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Harris, property owner in Bellhaven, and also the son of Onetta Harris. I'm here speaking in behalf of the name continuance of the Onetta Harris Community Center. We feel like all the contributions and accomplishment that Onetta Harris has contributed to the community at large over the years. In 1983, it was named after Onetta by unanimous city council vote. And we feel that that precedence should stand for something, and that name continuance should prevail. Her name, the Onetta Harris Community Center. When we went to the initial meeting in, I think it was November in 2019, when they had the project unveiling, we were all for the project. Again, we were just, great project. I had an opportunity to tour it. It's a wonderful development. But the same thing, we feel like the Onetta Harris Community Center should remain, that name should remain intact. Onetta did a lot of things, for the community. Been working in the community a lot lately in behalf of the name continuance. And a lot of people more recently have been talking about even the buses. She says, well, we see the buses, those of us that aren't driving, that use the bus line. You say, well, the bus, if the name's on the bus, how do we know which bus to catch? So, for the people who are out there, the citizens in Bellhaven, that name is very significant, not to mention all the jobs that she provided people for the summers, not to mention the development of the community center, the Bellhaven Community Center, which was subsequently named the Onetta Harris Community Center. Too many things. The elementary school, I worked as a teacher at Bellhaven when I finished college in 1973. I had a 4th grade class. It was wonderful. And that and many other good things. She provided people with housing, food. Just a kind, generous person. And having said that, we feel like that name should just remain. The economic, social that she contributed should mean something aside from the economic contributions that were made by you all. But that spirit should remain, and we're hopeful that you guys will vote in favor of it. We're hopeful. That's what we're hopeful for, because I think it would be good for our cultural reasons and political reasons and other reasons. My time's up. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk.
Next speaker is Katrina Ryan, followed by Ryan Essenberg.
Hi, my name is Katrina Ryan. I live 1 block away from Nealon Park.
Can you make the microphone closer? Thank you.
Yeah, Katrina Ryan from Menlo Park. Thanks for hearing about pickleball comments in light of the tragedies in Israel right now. I'd like to talk about pickleball in the context of community building. I discovered it right after I moved here. As I said, I live 1 block away from Nealon Park, and now I'm there almost every day. And now I'm part of a pickleball community that is several hundred players strong and growing. As Peter mentioned earlier, the Parks and Rec Commission has brought up this issue several times. One of the missions of that commission is modification of existing programs and facilities to meet developing needs. As you may have picked up from the national news, this growth in pickleball has exploded and continues to do so. As we already mentioned, there can be 16 to 32 players of us sitting on that one single tennis court in Nealon. So we are asking for additional space. I'd like to ask this council to get involved because, as Peter mentioned, this was agreed upon a year ago and we've yet to see that expansion. But what has happened is that popularity keeps keeps growing and those opportunities for community building keep growing as well. So we'd love to see a little bit more action so that we can get some courts and continue to fall more and more in love with this community through an incredible sport. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Essenberg, followed by Timothy Shu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, first of all, City Council, sorry for your late night toils to 1 a.m. Kudos to all of you for your hard work. I also attended the recent Parks and Rec meeting a couple weeks ago in Menlo Park. It was attended by many residents of Menlo Park, including some of our meetup group who are active in the tennis community, and just wanted to reiterate what I said there, that I really, really am so proud of the Menlo Park civic community, the City Council and Parks and Rec for being involved and engaged in the mental well-being and the physical health of the residents of the community. And so I wanted to put that out there first and foremost. Thank you so very much. I'm a part of the tennis community that frequents Nealon Park, and am very impassioned about tennis play as well as, and I see the pickleballers as well, and that's awesome. So kudos to you guys. Just, there's a lot of depression and loneliness. So I think everyone needs to say, you know what, this is great. This is a good problem to have. And as you continue your deliberations internally, I just wanted to point out that it may be worth the city's time or the PNR's time to review the data that's been put forth in this meeting. It could be open to flaw, because I, for one, am there at Nealon a lot in the morning, on Friday mornings, Sunday afternoons, and so forth. And the tennis courts are fully engaged, I can assure you. And I think the growing popularity of pickleball does warrant reflection. At the same time, I think the wait times are being slightly exaggerated. So I'll put that out there gently. I also know that there's other parks within the greater community of Menlo Park that could be utilized outside of and in addition to Nealon. So I'm wondering if that could be reviewed. It seems like there's a huge draw to Nealon itself when there's other pickleball courts open or other areas that could be reviewed. I think Burgess was mentioned at the last meeting. So, and also the noise factor. It could be an issue that your teams want to explore in depth with neighboring residential communities, how that affects them as well. But overall, I just wanted to say thank you so much. Immense gratitude to the city and the Parks and Rec team who are evaluating this. You have my full support. Thank you so very much. The tennis community appreciates all of you. Thank you so very much.
Next speaker is Timothy Shu, followed by Keith.
Okay, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, thanks for bringing up this community, and thanks for the hard work and making the Menlo Park vibrant. I'm a resident in Menlo Park, and I'd like to bring up an issue about tennis. So, like, if somehow the additional pickleball court is promised, I think it should be keep on that way and not converted into converting tennis court. Second is I bring my tennis racket to tennis court to like other people to expect to get a tennis court, right? Especially on a court that does not have a line for other things. So like I got bummed out a few times already. So like it's pretty not good. I think there's a situation here. So like we like to establish some sort of like a rule or schedule for sharing and not running into first come, first serve, or like most people count, or repurpose a facility for other activity. So like bring a basketball or soccer or like running shoe to a tennis court, you expect to keep the court full or convert that activity. So like I think like sharing is good, emptiness or like inefficient use of the court is always happen, no matter what it is, basketball court, skating, or like a soccer ball or swimming pool, tennis court, even children playground. It happened all the time. So like if now that we had this like situation in between, like wait till for like more additional pickleball to build up, maybe like, you know, like instead of like keep banging on the door to ask for converting existing court, maybe, you know what, like we should be like more active in terms of like establish a common agreement on the schedule or the rule, or maybe make an app online so that we can like reserve the court for different purposes. Like I don't know, like, you know, it can open up to like reserve a basketball court for tennis, for example, right? So thanks for letting us have the opportunity to share our opinion, and we're trying to resolve the situation to make it better Menlo Park. And I like Menlo Park a lot, and Menlo Park has one of the most recreational facility, and is really, really well thought of all the layout, and the way you guys did it is pretty good, like compared to other city. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Keith, followed by Vern. Keith, you should be able to unmute your end at this time.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. First, I want to say thank you for giving us an opportunity to present fairness on an issue that both sides are very passionate about. I think it's great when you're able to get out and exercise, but I don't see the value of hurting one group over another. I think it's pretty easy to see the rise of popularity of tennis. Again, as you saw the US Open, French Open, we've noticed our courts, how difficult it is for us to play now because we are missing 2 courts that have now been devoted to pickleball. I have nothing against pickleball, but obviously when there are limited resources, you hope to at least maintain what you have. Speaking of the flawed data that someone brought up earlier, I found it a little disingenuous to take pictures of an empty court when you don't show pictures of courts when they're full. And there's plenty of times the courts are full. So I'm not sure what type of stat that shows on a random day you saw when the courts were not filled at that moment. One other point I want to bring up, you rarely see children playing pickleball. At least that's been my experience as I go out in the evenings or even during the day. Tennis, on the other hand, you see all these thriving junior programs. You see coaches coaching. I've yet to see a coach pickleball. And again, I'm not trying to poo-poo anyone, but I am trying to state facts. I can see where if there are fewer tennis courts, how that's going to impact kids who are learning the game of tennis. Just to mention about my 2 boys, who I know had a wonderful time with tennis, kept them out of trouble. They are now both coaches. They do private lessons that are doing quite well. I mean, there are so many different avenues where tennis helps out college scholarships, an opportunity to work. I'm not sure that pickleball can afford those things yet. And so with that being said, I see no reason to hurt the tennis community for the sake of expanding pickleball. No one's disputing that it's growing, but so is tennis. So hopefully you'll take all of the information that you received tonight, and once you weigh it out, I'm sure you'll see that status quo would be best. So you're not hurting the tennis community, which is large as well, which is thriving. Nothing worse than not having the ability to have a court to play on. What does that tell kids when they'll have to go elsewhere out of their community just to play a game that they love? That said, once again, I thank you for taking the time to hear both sides out. And I'm sure after all the information is presented, if weighed fairly, you'll see that it's just best to keep status quo so all parties can have an opportunity to play the sport that they really enjoy. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vern, followed by David Yoshida. Vern, you should be able to unmute your end at this time. Okay, I'm going to move to our next speaker and return to Vern. So next speaker is David Yoshida.
Hello.
Yes, David, go right ahead.
Okay. David Yoshida. Live 1050 Deanna Drive, Menlo Park since 1975. Longtime resident of Menlo Park. Today I'm calling you from Waikiki, Hawaii. My wife and I are over here listening to the city council meeting. Thank you for the introduction. We are playing pickleball over here. Pickleball is very popular in Hawaii and also popular at home in Menlo Park. I've heard all of the goods and bads with regard to the pickleball and tennis community. And I want to say that I support pickleball. My wife and I have been playing for about 5 years. Started in Palo Alto. We went over to Rengstorff Park and Menlo Park in Mountain View. And then when Menlo Park opened Court 5 at Neeland, we've been trying to play pickleball there on a daily basis. Pickleball has become very popular. And recently we have been requesting a trash can from Parks and Rec. And finally, I want to thank the mayor for helping us get trash cans at Court 5. Thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Vern, followed by Rhonda Edgerton Harris.
Hello?
Yes, Vern, go right ahead.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I am both a tennis and pickleball professional, and I just want the city to be aware that although there is a great outcry for sharing of facilities, I think you guys should seriously consider a dedicated pickleball facility. Because this is going to go on and on and on and on, and you're going to get tired of all these public comments coming in month after month requesting more courts. So is there maybe a possibility that we can look at a dedicated site for pickleball, like the city of Palo Alto did, like the city of Redwood City, and every other neighboring city around this area? Please, would you be considerate of that? We are open. I'm sure we can get a survey out there to see if there are places that we can build pickleball facilities. I'm sure this group, pickleball group, has a few suggestions as to where we can do this. That's all. Please consider not sharing, but building dedicated pickleball facilities. I think that'll be a huge solution and a great deal of happiness to both the tennis and the pickleball community. I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Edgerton Harris, and the final speaker will be Olga A.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. And hello to everyone there in attendance tonight and on Zoom. I'm a property owner in Menlo Park, and I'm calling in support of keeping the name, the legacy of Onetta Harris Community Center. It's a beautiful building. We had an opportunity to tour it, and it's just wonderful. It's bright, it's shining. It'll be brand new, but the center already has a name. And the name is Onetta Harris Community Center. I vote in favor of keeping the name Onetta Harris Community Center. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olga A.
Hi, good evening. Thanks so much for inviting me to speak. I just got back from work, so I didn't get to hear all the comments. But what I'm most excited about kind of Neelam Park and the new pickleball courts there as an ex-tennis player is that I actually can come back from work, put my kids down to sleep and head out to the park. I live at 847 Roble, which is literally 30-second walk. So I can usually hear the pickleballers. To me, that's a very pleasant sound. And I can walk out and just by myself walk into a community, which is so difficult to find as an adult. These days, I actually was invited and learned about pickleball by David, who was sharing birthday treats as I was walking with my, at that time, newborn past the courts and kind of just looked in and they said, hey, come on in, have some treats. We'll teach you the game here, grab a paddle. And now I really feel as an adult, I have this unique community and opportunity to both stay active, but also kind of build those social bonds. As I live next to Neelam Park, I used to have the keys for multiple years and had a difficult time finding a partner to play with. Oftentimes people come already kind of matched up. I played tennis all through my childhood age, and I don't know what the situation is here, but I used to play at the local high school courts in the East Bay. So that could be another opportunity. I know there's some comments about kids wanting to play and kind of head out there. I actually haven't seen many kids or families other than with the trainer out on the tennis ball courts, but that could be something that definitely was part of my childhood of using kind of the public courts of the schools and kind of the weekends or after school when the tennis players aren't there. So that could be an opportunity. Also, looking back at the data, right? So, of course, we still want to have opportunities for everyone to do what they love. But oftentimes I usually play at night and the tennis courts are empty. So although I would love to have a dedicated pickleball facility in the future, in the meantime, I think we would all be very respectful of each other in terms of use of the space. And it's really hard when there's 20 people waiting while 16 players are playing on a single tennis courts, while you can see next door, there's no one there. And the only time we use it is just to run over to turn on the lights so we can see better. So I think, again, there's a lot of opportunities to expand and share, at least in the meantime, while we're thinking about using the space in the future. And I really want to echo the importance and how grateful I am to be able to make friends as an adult, which is so difficult. So as a community outreach, I think it's a great sport, not only to physically stay active, but really engage in those social bonds. And also, I think it'll be very helpful to look at the data of the court usage in terms of the number of people. Thanks so much. Have a good evening.
Okay, and our final raised hand is going to be from Brian Kissel.
Hi, this is Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thanks to the City Council for making the time for us to share our thoughts. I want to echo the thoughts from Peter, Jim, and Katrina. Thank you for your input. I think what you're hearing tonight is there's a lot of passion both on the side of the pickleball community and the tennis community. And it occurs to me one of the responsibilities for the City Council and the Parks and Recreation Commission is to figure out the best and highest use of the resources that we have to serve the majority of our community. And part of the challenge is that we only have 15 tennis courts. And while we all, on behalf of the pickleball community, I think we all would like to have additional courts beyond the 15 that we have today. And I know that the master plan for Parks and Recreation does anticipate building additional pickleball courts in the future, potentially at Willow Oaks or at Burgess Park. But the problem is any of that's looking like it's going to be 2+ years out. And so what I'm hearing the pickleball community ask for is an interim solution that uses the court capacity that we have today. And the ask is pretty simple. It's just to share one single court at Nealon. There's been conversation about Kelly, and the problem is, as was pointed out earlier by Peter, I believe, no one uses Kelly. The reason it was given to pickleball initially was no tennis players were using it either, because it's too far away, it's loud, it's dirty, and it's unsafe, or perceived to be unsafe by people. So I don't think Kelly is the right answer, and that's what the current discussion in the Parks and Recreation Commission is all about. So I think if there's passion on both sides, right now the pickleball community has done 2 dedicated usage surveys that they've shared with the Parks and Recreation Commission, showing the overutilization of the single limited pickleball courts while tennis courts remain empty. If those 2 independent reports are not believable, then I'd strongly encourage the Parks and Recreation Commission to go out and take a look. And the second thing is, there was a citywide survey that the Parks and Recreation Commission did to determine what the greatest needs of community were. And on that survey, the responses were very clear. Pickleball came in number 3, right after family and child use of open fields. And tennis came in number 7, well after other activities like soccer, basketball, and gymnastics. In addition, in the open text response, where community members could say what they wanted most, there were 165 responses, of which 78, which is 47%, were more pickleball capacity and programs. So there have now been 3 attempts to get the voice of the community, all of which support pickleball, yet no action has been taken. So if the 3 surveys that have been done are insufficient, we'd encourage the.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
That does conclude our speakers. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you for everyone who provided public comment. Because these were non-agendized comments, the City Council is not at liberty to respond, but we are listening. We do read emails that come into us as well. So we thank you for your participation at this meeting. With that, we are going to be moving on to I, which is our presentations and proclamations. We have 3 proclamations and 1 presentation this evening. City Clerk Herron, can you please call for public comments on our proclamation items I1, I2, and I3?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation I1, Latino Heritage Month, I2, National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, or I3, Cybersecurity Awareness Month, if you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating online, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 at this time. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So the first proclamation this evening is for Latino Heritage Month. Each year, we observe Latino Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by honoring the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latino Americans as we celebrate heritage rooted in all Latin American countries. Latino Heritage Month begins in the middle of September and ends in the middle of October. The time frame of this month is significant because many Central American countries celebrate their Independence Days within these dates, beginning on September 15th with Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. By aligning with these Independence dates, Hispanic Heritage Month honors the resilience and determination of the Hispanic community. And since 1988, it has been celebrated nationwide through festivals, art shows, conferences, community gatherings, and much more. So we are grateful for the many Latino residents that make our communities stronger, and we're happy to celebrate Latino Heritage Month. Thank you. Our next proclamation, and I don't believe we have anyone here to accept this proclamation, so we will hold it, and move on to our next one. The next proclamation is I-2, which is for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. During Domestic Violence Awareness Month, victim advocates, allied professionals, survivors of abuse, their loved ones, and the surrounding community come together to mourn the lives lost to domestic violence, celebrate the progress that has been made to end this epidemic, and connect with others working to create change. Domestic violence is prevalent in every community and affects all people, regardless of age, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, gender, race, religion, or nationality. If you or someone you know needs help today, visit thehotline.org, call 1-800-799-7233, or text START to 88788. That's text START to 88788. And to accept this proclamation is the Speak Up liaison, Elisa Whiting. Please, Ms. Whiting. Please let us know how to pronounce your name and accept the proclamation.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Alyssa Weeding. I'm the Development Director at Cora Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse. Thank you to Mayor Wilson and other City Council members for having me today. It is my honor as the representative of Cora this evening to receive this proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is a very critical time in our county. Just since January of this year, there have been 5 homicides in San Mateo County alone. All 5 of these were domestic violence related. Services to ensure that individuals find their way out of and away from intimate partner abuse is absolutely vital. Thank you to Menlo Park. Your ongoing city funding has helped Cora provide services that are standing by at the ready. Our hotline, shelter, long-term rental assistance, legal and mental health services are all provided free to our clients. We have our own hotline number that serves San Mateo County residents specifically. If you or someone you know needs help, you can call Cora directly. Our number is 1-800-300-1080. This year, additionally, one of our calls to action for Cora is the Speak Up campaign to bring education and awareness about domestic violence to everyone in communities across the county. We are very eager and hopeful to work with Menlo Park on both our regular programming as well as this new initiative. So thank you so much for recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We greatly appreciate your support.
And our third proclamation this evening is recognizing October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And the City of Menlo Park recognizes that it plays a vital role in identifying, protecting its residents from, and responding to cybersecurity threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective safety and privacy. So we are happy to recognize Cybersecurity Month. We want to remind everybody to change your password and take care of your cyber health, just like you take care of your regular health, and prevent yourself from getting hacked and other bad actions. So to accept this proclamation,
Sandy Pimentel and our IT staff.
Is our staff members from our IT department, Sandy Pimentel, and
I believe we have Whit Lloyd and
thank you for being here this evening.
Well, there's a picture.
I really have to say our IT department is fantastic at the city of Menlo Park. I send them emails all the time. Is this safe for me to open? And they're the most patient, easy to work with folks. So thank you so much for everything you do. The final item in this section is item I4. We're thrilled to have Ms. Margaret Bruce from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority to give us an update. The Margaret Bruce is the executive director of that JPA. So welcome, Ms. Bruce. Thank you for your patience and for being here tonight.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. It's great to be here this evening. So just a quick orientation for the members of the community who are listening and may not be quite so acquainted. The San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority rhymes with mosquito. So in case anybody's having difficulty pronouncing it, was formed by 5 government entities in 1998 after a significant flooding event, damaged properties in Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, and Palo Alto. Those 5 entities are the Santa Clara Valley Water District, the County of San Mateo, now represented by 1 shoreline, and the 3 cities. So what the JPA does is that we do we protect the communities from flooding by planning, seeking funding for, coordinating the designs, and constructing flood risk mitigation projects. So to set some context, next slide. We live in a watershed. The map that you see on the slide is this hourglass shape. The bottom left is the drainage in the eastern slope of the Santa Cruz Mountains. Those many tributaries, those fingers and trickles join together to form the main stem just a little bit west of where 280 now crosses the creek. The form in the upper right of the map is the alluvial fan that's formed by the water that flows down from the hills, carrying lots of sand, silt, rocks, and sediment, and is deposited across the land. As the valley floor flattens out, the creek slows down and drops its sediment. Evidence that over the eons, the creek has eroded a lot of material from the hills and has been moving material and water across this landscape for millennia. So the San Francisco Creek watershed is also unique in this area in that it supports a population of endangered steelhead. Downstream from the Searsville Dam, the San Francisco Creek is designated as critical habitat for steelhead. Steelhead are an interesting fish. They are related to salmon. They come upstream from the bay, from the ocean to spawn, but they don't die after they spawn. They can come back many times in their life to spawn in the upper watershed. The little fish grow bigger, they eat bugs, they get fat, they come down the creek in the springtime when the flows from winter storms have subsided, but the creek is still flowing with water. They get bigger in the ocean, they come back and they spawn. So this is a unique ecosystem and very precious in our area since most of our urban streams have been lined with concrete and created into straight, long channels. Our creek here is mostly natural. It's got trees, it's got a natural bottom, and even though parts of the banks have been stabilized with concrete stacks in some places, it is by and large a natural creek. We are also occupying now the area that was occupied by the Ohlone. The Ohlone people had various tribes that occupied this area for many, many years, probably 12,000 years of human occupation in this area, which actually predates the geologic existence of the San Francisco Bay. So when we think about our Ohlone neighbors, they bring a lot of ancient stewardship and wisdom to the area, and we engage them in our projects. European settlers have come to this area, recognized how lovely it was, enjoyed living near creeks, and we've built our roads, our infrastructure, and our homes right up against the creek banks. In natural history, creek banks and shorelines are dynamic places. They come and they go, they move, shorelines recede, banks change and shift. It's hard to make roads and houses change and shift. So we are now in a very limited space where we are working with this dynamic ecosystem, a 45 square mile watershed that brings all of that sediment and all that rainwater down through our urban area. We don't have a lot of space to move, but we're working with what we have. So moving on, what are we working on? Next slide. This is a map of the FEMA designated floodplain area associated with the creek. The red area in the Palo Alto and East Palo Alto geography is represented by both tidal flooding problems and creek flooding. The red area has been removed from creek flooding by the completed Reach 1 project. The area in blue is still vulnerable to flooding, and that's the area we're addressing in the Reach 2 project, or the upstream or urban reach. You'll notice that the shape of the floodplain is not right next to the creek. It goes out and down and away from the creek in an odd sort of configuration, so that properties that could be miles from the creek are actually vulnerable to flooding. And again, that is because of the shape of the alluvial fan. The creek is at the high point of the alluvial fan. So when water pops out of the banks, it flows out and down across the landscape. And the function, though, of the Reach 2 project will be to minimize the risk that's inherent in creek flooding from that area designated in blue. Next slide. The completed Reach 1 project involved over 50 agencies and organizations and contractors, resulted in more than 22 acres of new or improved marsh habitat, and was very possibly the first project in California, and certainly the first in the Bay Area, that took into account sea level rise in its design. So we are leading the way, and this completed project also is responsible for alleviating some of the backwater, if you will, of the upstream flow. So when we have a big flow that comes down through the system, this is no longer acting as a pinch point, but instead allows a lot of water to flow freely to the bay. Next slide. Kind of like operating a zipper, we work from the bottom to the top. So starting with the part of the creek that entered the bay, now being complete, we move upstream to the next segments. The Reach 2 project has 4 major components, and they have to go in order so that we don't transfer risk to some other places. So working mostly downstream to upstream, the next major piece is the Newell Road Bridge replacement. This is in Palo Alto's wheelhouse. This is their project. The schedule for the work is construction is next summer, so in 2024. The next component is making the channel wider in a few places. We have 4 locations where we're going to leave the top of the bank the same, but widen the channel at the bottom. So make it wider to carry more water in 4 different places. Top of bank work or flood walls exist in many places along the creek. They're old concrete structures. They were built before there were FEMA engineering standards to be followed. They've outlived their useful life, and it's time to either redesign them or replace them. We also have the replacement of the Pope Chaucer Bridge. This is a really, really skinny spot. The bridge itself has a tendency to both pressurize the water so it shoots downstream at high velocity, but it backs the water up so it pours out of the banks into Palo Alto. The schedule for those are, next slide. The replacement again of Newell Bridge is next summer. Channel widening and top of bank work is planned for 2025, and Pope Chaucer is planned for replacement in 2026. I must caveat that those are some optimistic schedules. There are some contingencies with the Newell Bridge, for example. I am aware of there is a utility relocation that needs to happen, and that coordination with Pacific Gas and Electric to move their utility poles is taking longer than anybody imagined it would. So there are some critical path things that are out of our control. We have been working with them since 2021 on this. So anyway, things come up. We do our best to accommodate. We are pushing forward as quickly as we can. Next slide. Folks probably remember that last New Year's Eve was an exciting day. We saw unanticipated flows. We had a storm, an atmospheric river that parked itself over the peninsula and rained 3 times more than was predicted and in a very short period of time. What we learned that night, or learned in the course of that storm, was that our hydrologic models that we've used to help design the project did not comport with reality as we would have thought it would. We are now very, very concerned that we should not proceed with our project designs until we have validated our modeling and made very sure that we are taking into account all current best knowledge about how the creek performs, how it behaves, and what we can anticipate in a warming climate. So we are working with our project consultants, with our project colleagues at Valley Water, to do an independent review of the hydraulic model and to do a comparison model and to use the results of a channel survey and bank top survey, which will give us much higher resolution in the geometry of the creek channel to inform both validating model reworking. So we should have that information in the next few weeks, and we'll be bringing that forward to the SFC JPA board. And meanwhile, I also want to make sure that as part of our lessons learned from New Year's Eve, is that not only are we recalibrating or taking this moment to validate and reconfirm exactly how we are designing our project, we're also coordinating very closely with all of our member cities' public works and public safety teams so that we are ready for whatever next winter throws at us. Anticipating that it's going to be an El Nino year adds further uncertainty, but certainly the possibility that we are going to have another very wet winter. So we are coordinating, communicating, and most importantly, planning a community outreach event on October 26th. Menlo Park is graciously hosting at a school campus at the Laurel School Upper Campus. And we will have our member organizations provide vignettes about flood safety, sandbag utilization, communications strategies, evacuations, protocols, et cetera. We want to make sure our residents are prepared. The event will be simultaneously interpreted in Spanish, so there should be fewer language barriers. We want to make sure we reach everyone who needs to know these important things. Next slide. So just a real quick thing that was helpful to know about how the creek behaved. One of Menlo Park's residents, Mr. Wiley, made this diagram that shows the areas of proportional flooding on the Menlo Park side. He wasn't able to get to the Palo Alto side to do something commensurate for the southern side of the creek. But this shows, at least for New Year's Eve, where the breakouts were. Some neighborhoods were very significantly impacted. Next slide. So the overarching goal of the Reach 2 project is, of course, to reduce flooding, to contain the storm flow. That was the triggering event for the JPA. That was the flood of '98. It's very important that we, actually by law, not transfer any risk. So that means, sort of the analogy is squeezing a balloon. If you squeeze a balloon, it makes it smaller in one place, but it pops out someplace else. We can't make it do that because where it pops out, it could actually hurt somebody else. So when we have new insights from the hydraulic analysis, it may change some project designs, or it may say, you are completely on the right track. Those are no regrets decisions. Move forward with all due haste. We'll keep you all posted. Next slide. So Safer Bay project. The Safer Bay Project is an acronym for the Strategy to Advance Flood Protection, Ecosystems, and Recreation along the San Francisco Bay. 7.5 miles of shoreline protected from tidal flooding and sea level rise. All from the northern border of Menlo Park is starting at the Bedwell Bayfront Park and then moving all the way along to the alignment of the 84 approach to the Dumbarton Bridge, and then moving south along East Palo Alto shoreline. The Safer Bay Project uses similar design criteria to ensure that communities are protected from a 100-year storm, plus 3.5 feet of anticipated sea level rise, plus freeboard. Freeboard is the FEMA term for just a little extra margin of safety, so some buffer space. The Safer Bay Project CEQA studies are being funded through a $1.5 million grant from the California Department of Water Resources and an almost $5 million grant from the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority's Measure A funds, AA funds, sorry. These grants enabled the project to make significant progress and enable the cities of East Palo Alto and Menlo Park to leverage over $102 million in other federal and state funding and local match. Menlo Park, as you probably know, has received a FEMA BRIC grant and have also received contributions and pledges from PG&E and Meta. East Palo Alto has received a Cal OES FEMA HMGP grants, and our CEQA process will conclude. I was going to add that the Safer Bay Project provides critical protection for water and energy infrastructure, including San Francisco's Hetch Hetchy transmission pipelines and the Ravenswood and Cooley Landing electrical substations, serving more than 300,000 customers throughout the peninsula. And we're coordinating closely with Caltrans, who is making progress on their own studies for the Dumbarton approach. Next slide. And our project schedule is, we are neck deep in CEQA. So continuing now through this time, 2 years from now, we are doing evaluations to support the EIR in existing conditions reports, working on 10 to 30% flood protection designs for all reaches, proposing our mitigation approaches for where we cannot avoid impacts. And we anticipate the draft EIR will be released in about 2 years. The next slide shows some conceptual flood protection features. I hope folks will know that these are very conceptual and it's not a one size fits all. So we have places where we have very, very little room and places where we have some more generous space. We are going to have to be very creative about how we provide the design, how we create the designs and how we provide protection. Every reach, every stretch, even small segments of the project will have very different approaches depending on what's necessary. We have to be respectful of protecting very high quality marsh or important infrastructure or access to the San Francisco Bay Trail, private property issues, contamination issues, and many, many different property interests. So it's a complex, very complex project. Next slide. So our project information can be found on our website. We're always happy to do tours, happy to come and talk to you or your staff. Actually, I talk to your staff very frequently, probably more frequently than they'd like. And happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bruce, for that overview of what you're working on. And I think we all were kind of woken up by the storms that occurred at the beginning of the year. And so we're all looking to you and the JPA, and we're grateful that Councilmember Combs serves on that board. And we appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you. And I look forward to touring it with you very soon. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on item I4?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I4, presentation, San Francisco Creek JPA update. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating online, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up for any questions or comments that city council members may have for Ms. Bruce. Councilmember Dorr, or Vice Mayor, Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really helpful to see the full landscape and what actions are being taken now. I just want to note that I really appreciate hearing how you all are adapting your models to be responsive to changing conditions. And that kind of forward thinking is something that I'm excited to continue bringing to this conversation. And I want to take this to the BOSCA board, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and to think about how are we really thinking about the changing conditions to water in our state and right here in our city. So thank you so much for presenting that.
Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Ms. Bruce, for the great presentation. I always learn information from you. Looking forward to our tour next Monday. And just had one question. How often do you do community engagement or outreach, just to make sure folks have the most current information about the JPA?
So we do outreach in a couple of different ways. When we have significant project updates in the past during the pandemic, we did Zoom-based community meetings where people could participate online, very much like people are by Zoom now in a hybrid setting. We also do quarterly or more often newsletters. So if anybody would like to be on the newsletter distribution, please go to our website and sign up for our newsletter. That newsletter is not intended to be like, spam you with everything. It's just the highlights, where we are with our projects, important events that may be happening in the community, and any important events or actions that the JPA is undertaking. In the winter, particularly last winter when it was sort of exciting, I would create a newsletter to go out to the community, to our subscribers on the newsletter list, describing actions that were being taken by the cities, resources for community members, who to call in case, or where to find information, or who to call for help about, whatever it was, to the extent that I had that information available, and sent those distributions out as frequently as possible. So in advance of a peak rainfall that was anticipated, or when I'd had a number of people contacting me saying, I have a tree that's fallen, who do I call? Like, probably not the only person with that question. So we would send out another distribution. We do in-person community events occasionally, and it would be great to do them more often, but there's me and 3 other people at the JPA. So we are a small but mighty team. Community events are somewhat labor intensive, so I want to use them judiciously. The one coming up on October 26th is very focused on emergency preparedness and what community members need to know to take care of themselves, where to go in an evacuation, how to prepare sandbags, where to get information, where to get help. So it's very, very focused on that. When we have something more specific and concrete to talk about our project updates, we'll probably do another community event focused on our project updates. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Ms. Bruce. Any other comments? Well, we really appreciate you joining us this evening for that overview. And I think many of us are excited about our tours that we have lined up. So
Me
thank
too.
you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, we are going to be moving on to our consent calendar. I did want to remind folks, as I mentioned at the very beginning, at around 5 o'clock under agenda review, that if any items are pulled, we will be discussing them after the study session L1. But at this time, under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar items, J1, City Council meeting minutes, J2, the Park and Recreation Annual Work Plan, J3, a resolution to uphold an appeal of the Complete Streets Commission for 660 Roble Avenue. J4, an amendment for a service agreement with Redwood City for the annual maintenance of the Atherton Channel. J5, receiving and filing the annual inflation adjustment for minimum wage. J6, an amendment with Acela. And J7, a resolution authorizing documents necessary to complete the acquisition of 975 Florence Lane Unit 8. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating online, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Seeing no hands or cards for public comment on our consent calendar. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. Are there any comments or questions that council members want to bring back for after we do item L1? Vice Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I have a quick comment on J6. But we can hold it until.
Can it be held
Yes.
until, okay. So just seeking direction, should we go ahead and pull the other items and approve? City Manager Murphy, can you please help me here?
Yes, happy mayor, and if there's others to chime in, I'd almost say if it's truly a quick comment, it might be good
Okay.
to take care of it. If it's an actual deliberation discussion, then I would say that should.
Okay, so why don't we hear it and then we can make a determination if it's part of our deliberative discussion that we need to deliberate on. We're trying to get to the meat of the meeting sooner.
Yes, I agree. And my comment on J6 about Acela is just a request possibly to have an info item with an annual or biannual review, just about how we're capturing customer feedback about the system. So that's all. I just am interested in just feedback from the public on how they like the new system.
City Manager Murphy.
Yes, so if that's the overall direction from the council, we could report back on that in the future. Yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Combs? Okay. Okay, great. So I think you got some nods here, and we obviously seek staff's guidance on what that looked like and whatnot. Okay, so I believe that we are all here. So right now, if we want to change over our screens to the motion making process, we are looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. And I'm seeing Councilmember Dorr moving and Vice Mayor Taylor seconding. City Clerk Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So I have a motion by City Council Member Doer and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, I will ask that you proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So we are now moving on to K, which is our regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is K1, review and authorize staff to submit that revised housing element for the 2023 to 2031 planning period to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And here to introduce this item, I believe, is Principal Planner Tom Smith. It looks like we also have our Assistant Community Development Director, Deanna Chow, and our consultant from M Group, Jeff Bradley, at the table as well. So good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So I'm Tom Smith, the Principal Planner with the Community Development Department. And as was mentioned in the council chambers this evening are Deanna Chow, the Assistant Community Development Director, and Jeff Bradley from M Group. And then joining remotely, including myself, are Mary Wagner, the Assistant City Attorney, Asher Cohn from M Group, and Karen Warner from Karen Warner and Associates, who have all been helping out as part of the project team for the housing element update. I do have a brief presentation for you this evening. I'll pull that up.
Tom, it looks like we're looking at an agenda. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. All right. So a little bit of background. If someone is tuning in just for the first time, the Housing Element Update project began in 2021. And since that time, we've gone through an extensive process of public engagement. And the housing element has been developed to meet our regional housing needs allocation, which we call RHNA, of about 3,000 units through 2031. And the housing element also sets in place policies and programs that relate to the city's housing related actions through the end of the planning period, the 2031 date. Council adopted the housing element on January 31st, and staff submitted it for review to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which we call HCD, on February 8th. And then we received letters from HCD on April 7th and again on August 29th in response to revisions that had been made to the housing element based on their comments. Most recently, staff did meet with HCD on September 12th to discuss their August 29th letter and potential responses prior to resubmittal of the document. So I'll give you a little bit of background on the comment letter, the August 29th comment letter from HCD. It indicated that the adopted housing element does address many of the statutory requirements for housing elements, but there were some comments in the following topic areas related to analysis and actions to promote affirmatively furthering fair housing, which we call AFFH, essentially ensuring that there are ample opportunities for housing development throughout the community and not concentrated in any one particular area, and at all income levels to serve all people. And then some comments regarding the housing sites inventory and realistic capacity projections, as well as comments related to the analysis of governmental constraints that could affect housing production in Menlo Park related to zoning and other processes that could delay or hinder housing development. As part of the staff report, there's an attachment D, and that is a summary table that lists the proposed changes that have been made in response to HCD's comments from August 29th. Now I'll just briefly highlight each one of those to make sure that there's a little bit of an understanding of what's being requested and how we believe we've addressed those comments. So the first comment, we've provided greater specificity related to geographic focus. And so looking at the Belhaven and Bayfront neighborhoods, and also clearer linkages between housing element programs and actions that support affirmatively furthering fair housing. We've also tried to put into place some more numeric metrics, which was a comment that we received from HCD in order to explain how to track how we're addressing AFFH. For the second comment area, parking requirements are proposed to be reduced for emergency shelters for the homeless overlay. So parking requirements would be reduced so that only the number of spaces needed to accommodate staff working at a shelter would have to be accommodated on site. In the third area, we will revise the electronic sites inventory that we would submit to HCD based on direction that we received after this evening's meeting. We've expanded the mid-cycle review program, which is program H1H, to address progress on all of the different topic areas that are explained in the housing element. So looking at the pipeline projects that are currently proposed, approved, under development, looking at our non-vacant sites analysis, the affordable housing overlay, which we call the AHO, and governmental constraints. So we tried to expand upon that to make it really a more holistic review of the entire strategy set that we've used for development of the housing element. And that mid-cycle review, I believe, would be set for 2028. So moving on, there's been a shortfall of units identified under existing zoning. So if you'll recall, we have some zoning changes that we are in the process of making related to the housing element implementation. But we do have to identify a shortfall of units under the existing zoning. So to address HCD's comments, we've done that more clearly and described by income, by acreage, and by densities, and then put into place zoning programs to address the shortfall and tried to link better to our zoning strategies that, again, we're in the process of implementing to show how we would make up for shortfalls under the existing zoning. The status of federal and school sites has been updated in the housing element with the most recent data. And then there's also a program H4U, which indicates city assistance and actions that would help produce housing on federally owned and school sites that are in the site inventory. Lot coverage in our R3 and R4 zones. So those are our smaller multifamily zoning districts. HCD indicated that they believed that building coverage in those districts is a constraint on development, and indicated that greater than 50% building coverage is sort of the key percentage that they'd be looking for. So program H4J now includes commitment to increase building coverage in the R3 and R4 zones above 50%. The city's compliance with state density bonus law is also further described in the housing element than it was in the previous version. And the zoning ordinance is also proposed to be modified to state that it would not interfere with any application of state density bonus law now or in the future. Then just a couple more items. The AHO, Affordable Housing Overlay, again, program has been more thoroughly described. And then we would also propose to modify some site capacity calculations in the housing element. And I'll give a little bit more detail on that in a couple slides here. And then finally, to address their 10th comment in the letter, we propose to update program H4M to reduce parking requirements for smaller units in multifamily zoning districts. And those smaller units would be generally a studio or one bedroom unit, and setting that at one space maximum per unit. So I'll give you a little bit of an overview of our revised realistic capacity approach. I would note that the city received a letter earlier today that expressed concerns about the realistic capacity approach that's proposed in the revised housing element that was included in the staff report packet. And I want to take a moment to explain how realistic capacity would be adjusted, and also to explain the difference between realistic capacity calculations that are in the housing element and then the housing element related zoning changes that were discussed earlier this summer and are currently under development. So previously, the housing element used a density of 55 dwelling units per acre for the majority of the 68 sites in our sites inventory that are identified in the housing element. And the idea behind that was that it was based on application of the affordable housing overlay, the AHO, to the sites. And we previewed that methodology with HCD earlier in the housing element process. And at that time, the city had a different reviewer. And so our understanding based on communications with our previous reviewer was that HCD was accepting of the approach. However, more recently, there was a new HCD reviewer assigned to review the city's housing element after the departure of the original reviewer from HCD. And new concerns were raised about using the AHO to calculate the realistic capacity for the site inventory. So to respond to the new comment, staff is recommending changing the capacity calculations for the housing element site inventory and utilizing a more conservative methodology. So our recommended changes would be for sites that are outside of the specific plan area. And so you can think of, if you think back to the rezoning process that we've been discussing, that would be commercial sites that are being rezoned to allow mixed uses now. You can think about the sites along Middlefield Road, Willow Road, Sandhill Road, those sites. We would be utilizing a density of 30 dwelling units per acre instead of 55 dwelling units per acre. And that would reflect the density that could be achieved without any density bonuses, and just the density that could be achieved through the zoning that will be set in place through implementation later this year. The second recommended change it's actually not a change. It would be for sites in the specific plan area. The project team is proposing to maintain the density of 55 dwelling units per acre that was in the housing element all along. And it's not because of application of the AHO, but because properties in the specific plan would be able to achieve densities of 55 dwelling units per acre or greater, even up to 100 dwelling units per acre in cases, depending on the subdistrict, without the application of any density bonuses once the housing element zoning changes are adopted. So maintaining 55 dwelling units per acre of density would actually be a conservative way to analyze capacity for those sites that could realistically achieve potentially up to 100 dwelling units per acre, or even more if they were to apply density bonuses that we wouldn't be counting here. As a result of those changes, the city would continue to meet its RHNA with that proposed approach. And then thinking on a separate track here, separate from the realistic capacity calculations that we're using HCD's methodology to implement in the housing element, council early on directed staff to explore zoning changes that would go above and beyond what's needed to meet the city's RHNA of about 3,000 units and explore up to 4,000 new units through zoning changes. So that zoning process is continuing to move forward, and it would allow entire zoning districts beyond just the 68 sites in the housing element sites inventory to achieve densities of up to potentially 100 dwelling units per acre or higher, either based on the underlying zoning that would be in place or through the zoning and application of density bonuses that we wouldn't be counting as part of the housing element realistic capacity calculations. So that would create many more opportunities for development of affordable housing that are not analyzed within the realistic capacity calculations in the housing element. One final thing to consider about that is that the housing element update subsequent environmental impact report, the SEIR for the project, used the densities that were related to the rezoning process to evaluate potential environmental effects, not the densities from the realistic capacity calculations. So those densities studied in the SEIR were not all generally 55 dwelling units per acre, but what we understood at the time from council was the density that could be achieved through this extra zoning process, if you will, that council directed us to explore. This is a very complex topic, so I understand that it may be easy to conflate the two processes between the realistic capacity approach and then the rezoning that's taking place. But essentially there are two actions here that are happening concurrently. So the first is that we've continued to scale back the housing element realistic capacity with each housing element iteration to address HCD's comments. And this is kind of the on-paper exercise that's prescribed in order to get the housing element approved, to get it certified, and looking at certain potential sites that could potentially develop future housing. But we've also continued to advance council's direction to implement more than the housing element requires and increase the densities that would be permitted through zoning changes under this other zoning process that's underway. So the project team believes that the recommended realistic capacity approach for the housing element would be quite conservative in comparison to the development that could actually be realized through the zoning changes that are underway through the remainder of this year. Looking ahead to next steps, the project team will prepare any final changes based on feedback from the council. And if we get any responses from HCD following their informal review, if they have any requests, we would also integrate those into the document prior to resubmittal. And then prior to submitting the document to HCD, we would have to post it for a 7-day public review period online. So I'll give you the address at the end of the presentation where anyone who's interested would be able to go and review that final document. At this point, we believe that the 60-day HCD review period would end somewhere in December 2023. It sort of depends on the changes that we need to make to the housing element based on HCD follow-up and council direction. And then if HCD does give us conditional certification after its review, the Housing and Planning Commissions would make recommendations and the City Council would consider readoption in January of next year. A couple of upcoming milestones to note. So on October 23rd, the Planning Commission will hold a hearing on recommendations for the housing element related zoning changes. And then in November or early December of this year, tentatively, the City Council will have the hearing on those zoning changes to consider taking action to implement them. So I encourage everybody to remain engaged in the process. Staff will continue to provide updates on the various elements of the housing element update project on the city's webpage. And as I mentioned, we would also post the final housing element draft based on this evening's discussion and HCD's comments for 7 days at the website located at menlopark.gov/housing element. And that is the presentation I have this evening, but turn it back to you, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I actually think I had an epiphany during your presentation, and we've been talking about the housing element for years, and the way you just described things made me, I have a couple questions. So you're talking about kind of 2 tracks that we're on. One is this housing element document of about 1,300 pages that has 68 opportunity sites with these different associated densities. And when you multiply it by different acreages for each site, you come up with the total number of possible production, which you compare vis-a-vis our allocated RHNA number to see if we're going to make it or not. And then simultaneously, we have this EIR that we have done, and we're looking to do some subsequent work on, but that looks at not just the sites on our opportunity list, but it kind of takes those sites and looks at characteristics of those sites and expands it to similar type sites that are not on the opportunity list, but that share those characteristics. So whether they be in the downtown specific plan or these commercial districts or what have you, and then rezoning all of those. I don't know if you have this number, but so there's 68 parcels, or I guess 82 parcels or something, and 68 sites in the housing element document. Approximately how many parcels are in the EIR analysis that we're looking at? Because if you could answer that question roughly, and if you don't have the exact number off the top of your head, just some rough idea of what that is, that would be helpful. And then I'll ask my next question.
Yeah, I do not have the number, the exact number available. I think in lieu of a number, if I could show you a map, and I don't know if maybe our M group team may be able to do a little bit of background research on that to see if they can find that specific number while I pull this map up for you.
I guess while that's coming up, I guess there's so there's the housing, and I know we still need to take public comment. I'm just trying to understand this point because I think it's important for the public to understand too. So while we are looking at kind of three things that I feel like we're looking at the opportunity sites and the densities associated with those opportunity sites multiplied by the acreage, which gets us to a number which hopefully hits our arena for hopefully certification. Then we have this EIR that we're studying, which expands, again, using similar properties of our opportunity sites, but expanding the scope to include the downtown specific plan, more of those commercial districts, what have you. Then we have the conversation about zoning as well. And so I'm just trying to figure out how those all kind of connect with each other, because I'm realizing now that some folks are thinking about the numbers, what we're hitting in the document, in the housing element document. But I think staff and maybe the way you're all thinking about it is not to panic, because the annual reporting and the mid-cycle review and the ongoing production is going to be more tied to those other two things, the EIR analysis and the future zoning, that are actually going to be almost more relevant or be more tied to the production that we're thinking we're going to see. So I almost feel like we might have been talking over each other during this process. And I'm wondering if I'm onto something here, and if it's going to make at least me feel more comfortable in the end of where we're headed.
I think that in general, what you're saying here is correct. We have in the housing element the 68 sites, and I apologize that this map is quite small. I'll try to maybe zoom in a little bit and navigate for you here. But as you can see, opportunity sites, the 68 opportunity sites are shown sort of in this brown crosshatch. But there are many more sites, maybe a couple hundred other sites. I'm not entirely sure, but that's my guesstimate. That would be rezoned. So anything that you see here with a color is going to be part of a rezoning.
Thank you. So the reason, because part of me is wondering here, if I were to be doing my own housing element, I might, and I realized that HCD had very specific requirements of what was allowed to be considered an opportunity site for it to be counted towards our arena. So it had to be like between 1/2 an acre and 10 acres and these different characteristics. So the 68 opportunity sites that we have included had to meet those specific characteristics. But really, if I were to make my own housing element site that didn't have those constraints and was thinking the way I'm thinking about how we might end up developing, given this EIR that we're writing and given the rezoning that we're planning on doing, if I were to make Jen's version of the housing element, it might actually have 200 opportunity sites. And so the way that perhaps you've been thinking about it, and why maybe you've been a lot calmer about kind of some of these realistic capacity numbers and these different things, is because all along you've almost been calculating these numbers in your head of these 200 sites and what they may yield, even though what we're submitting to HCD is this constrained version meeting this regulatory narrow definition. And so are you seeing where I'm going, and am I onto something here?
Yes, I think that there are significantly more opportunities outside of what is in our housing element inventory that could potentially be redevelopment opportunities. And as those sites, no one has the crystal ball to know exactly which sites will develop, but we feel like we've opened up enough opportunities through the rezoning process here to give a good shot at each year when we get when we have to do our annual reports to the state. We can count any of these sites, any redevelopment that happens toward meeting our RENA numbers.
Okay,
And
so I would almost classify two categories of opportunity sites, kind of big O, big S opportunity sites that get counted by HCD towards our RENA, and then kind of our lowercase o, lowercase s opportunity sites that we're seeing that is going to help us get to our production yield. That's going to get us through these annual checkups, mid-year cycle, staying in compliance things. So thank you for, and I hope I didn't confuse everyone while I walked through that. But that was incredibly helpful for me as we have this discussion. So these are clarifying questions. I know that was a complex clarifying question. Does anyone else have any clarifying questions? Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. So what I'm taking away from that real quick is that the housing element doesn't reflect the true spread of potential development and potential affordable housing that we could do. Just to clarify that quickly.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Secondly, as I was reading through some of the track changes in the housing element, there were sections and I was getting confused because it was saying things that I thought we had changed when we had our zoning conversation. And so I'd love a clarification about what zoning does the housing element refer to versus what are we moving forward to and what's going to the Planning Commission and then coming to us later in December. So if you just put a finer point on that. Thank you.
Sure. So the housing element that we have in place now is, you can think of it as sort of it's committing to the minimums that are necessary to satisfy HCD's requirements. So it's sort of, we're continuing on with what we established early on in the process as sort of the goals. And I think council has indicated an interest in zoning above and beyond. And so the housing element is not reflecting the zoning piece that I think we heard in August. There was the density increase option, which showed up to 100 dwelling units per acre in certain sub-districts of the specific plan area. And so that is not reflected in the housing element. What you're seeing here is still the more conservative approach, again, in the idea of trying to get HCD's approval certification of the document based on a very conservative analysis compared to what we're actually proposing.
Gotcha. And so the new zoning that we're talking about, the Planning Commission's talking about in a few weeks, and then we're talking about in November, will change, maybe not the exact wording that's in the housing element, but will change the potential for affordable housing in a lot of these sites.
That's correct. And then as we implement these programs above and beyond what we've committed to in the housing element, we would report that out to HCD. That in our annual progress reports, we would give a report out and say, you know, in a certain district, in a certain area, we said we would zone with densities at a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. We actually completed a rezoning and it is now up to 100 dwelling units per acre or whatever for that zoning district.
Perfect, thank you. And the other clarification that I was at first confused on that I want to make sure the public knows as well is the difference between the realistic capacity and density that's being put in the housing element versus that density that will be put in the zoning conversation. So when I saw from 55 dwelling units per acre down to 30, I was like, what? That's so confusing. So could you confirm that that is what's happening in the housing element, given the specific comments that HCD sent to Menlo Park, but that's not having an effect on the density that is, you know, in conversation with the zoning?
That's correct. We're essentially lowering, we're going more conservative with our methodology for HCD and continuing on with the zoning based on the direction we received in August, which was the density increase option.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my clarifications.
All right, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just want to clarify. So as the mayor referred to it, the constrained sort of list of sites, the actual opportunity sites, that does meet our obligations in theory under the housing element process in HCD. And I know it can be confusing about what actually meets what HCD is asking. But in theory, that does, correct? That constrained list, what we have actually described as opportunity sites. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as I, excuse me, understand, like sort of our traditional understanding of the housing element process is that you identify opportunity sites in connection with, you know, the number of housing that HCD, that being your sort of North Star, that HCD has you know, decided that your community, based on a number of factors, needs to zone for. Do you know of any other communities that are sort of following our approach, where it's like we're going to like sort of like go well beyond in this, using this housing element process as the vehicle, well beyond what we know in theory delivers what HCD is asking, but look to deliver possibly, or definitely deliver zoning changes representing thousands of additional units? Because it seems to me, my understanding, it's different than how other communities have approached the housing element. And so I want to understand how much of an outlier we are, or maybe from your perspective, we're not an outlier.
Yeah, I think I would turn to IMGroup and see maybe they have a pulse on other communities and how they've done it, if they have any comments on that.
Thanks, Tom. Through the Mayor Wilson, I'd like to address Councilmember Combs' question. I think a good example that comes readily to mind is the city of Campbell, approximately 40,000 people in Santa Clara County. We worked with the city on their housing element, and it was the first housing element in Santa Clara County to be adopted and certified by both the city and HCD back in May of this year. And there was a similar approach. It had developed under slightly different circumstances, where the city had been working on a general plan amendment with extensive changes to land uses throughout this, or excuse me, a general plan update for a number of years that had sort of stalled out and had lost momentum. And then when the housing element came along, everything got pushed together towards adoption with the city council. And so very similar set of circumstances where the housing element, as been discussed by the council tonight, subject to a lot of very specific rules around what can be an opportunity site and what can't. But the fact was the city already had a big rezoning program kind of in the works that would transition a lot of the major commercial streets into mixed use corridors. And some of those properties were opportunity sites, but most of them were not, for the reasons the council has talked about. But in working with HCD, they realized the potential in that situation, and it definitely, and we've had similar conversations with HCD about similar facts here in Menlo Park, that the rezoning program working in tandem with the opportunity sites to deliver housing production over the planning period. And they've seen the potential here in Menlo Park and have commented on it, and they're familiar with the past history with Connect Menlo, and they know that this is a very strong market for new housing of all types. So I think it is a well understood part of the program, and I would just like to reassure the council that I believe we're on a really good track.
Okay, and so if I can continue, so the difference is here that we were not involved in a general plan update process. And so all of the sites, so we've looked at a number of sites, but it has been through the framing and lens of the housing element. And so my question is, all of then those parcels that we're now going to sort of make, let's say, quasi opportunity sites, like, are they all sites that didn't meet the standards of HCD, or are they sites? Because my concern is that I know with the housing element process, there were some sites that we took off of some sites that we said would not be an opportunity site. And the council made very specific decisions in going through that process. And so what I don't want is a sort of now kind of backdoor process by which we are now putting sites, I think, without full transparency. We're taking sites that we said would not be opportunity sites, and now we're sort of making them quasi-opportunity sites, which essentially is making them opportunity sites, again, outside of what was a completely sort of public and transparent process as part of the housing element. And so that's to be clear, and I guess that's not a question, that's more of a comment, but that's my concern here, is that is all of the sites that are now these quasi-opportunity sites that, one, did not meet HCD standards, and we can conclusively say are sites that were not at one point opportunity sites that got taken off of the opportunity site list by council.
Tom, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so I think it seems like there's been some confusion about the meaning of the opportunity sites versus the rezoning program that's underway. As we have planned it now, the rezoning would occur across zoning districts. And so there may be cases where certain sites would receive a rezoning similar to any other site in that district that would be equally rezoned. That could have been potentially an opportunity site at one point, but was removed from the site's inventory.
Okay, yeah, so just to be clear, there's no confusion. That's exactly what I said. I'm not confused. And again, but that goes back to then the concern I have, right? The fact that these are like sort of zoning districts. I mean, you said essentially that yes, that there could have been things that considered were opportunity sites that were not opportunity sites that will now essentially get the opportunity site treatment. And so just to be clear, unless someone tells me that this is inaccurate, that's my understanding as I proceed through this process.
I believe that is, your understanding is correct. So if I'm thinking of, for instance, I think the post office site was one of the more recently removed, the post office site. And then I think there were some sites that were owned by Bohannon Development, I think, that were removed at one point. Those sites, I think, would continue to receive the potential for residential zoning on those sites.
I believe Ms. Chow.
Thank you. I was just gonna potentially help clarify. So I think there are probably some sites that would receive the same treatment as you mentioned. And then there are some sites that, as Mr. Smith mentioned, like the post office site would remain PF. It would not have a residential overlay added onto it. But some sites that remain in the same zoning district, we are amending the zoning district to allow for residential. So it's not site by site, but it is per zoning district. So if they are in the same zoning district as one that is receiving an opportunity for residential or mixed use development, then it would receive a similar treatment.
And so then just so I'm clear, like if we look at the specific example of the Bohannon Drive properties, some in that area of which we're taking off of the sort of opportunity site. Now, they are going to be subject to rezoning, or they are not going to be subject to rezoning. I'm not clear.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith. If you could pull up the map again, I think we can more clearly articulate there is a sub area of the O district that would be rezoned to allow for residential uses.
And Ms. Chow?
Yes.
These were part of the maps that we saw when this came forward with the zoning conversations with these districts. I don't remember seeing this map, but I remember seeing chunked up maps for different zoning districts. So it's not that it hasn't been, we might not have framed it in this way, but this has been a public process and this information has been available for people who connected the dots. I'm not saying that it's easy to connect the dots, because like I said, I had a bit of an epiphany tonight. But I don't think we've been doing, I don't think we've not been transparent. This has all been public information all along.
Well, my thinking is that, like, to use that phrase, is that like throughout this process, we are sort of connecting and disconnecting dots and connecting them back again and disconnecting them. And so if it is the case that as part of the housing element process, like there were parcels that were identified as possible opportunity site, which we said would not be opportunity site, like, right? And so they got removed from this process. And then at some point down the line, whether it was the next meeting or whether it was the last meeting or was this meeting, we're sort of then now saying that they can essentially get what is the opportunity site treatment, even though there was a meeting as part of this whole like housing element process by which we said that they would not be opportunity sites. I do think that that's that there is a maybe it's not transparency, but there seems to be to me a kind of a back and forth.
No, this has been incredibly complex. And like I said, I think we're all figuring this out.
Again, not complex. It has not been coherent. I think that there's a difference. I understand complexity. What I am pointing out is a lack of consistency.
I do think though that if we were, so since we had the 68 sites, and I think we started with 70 or 80 something, and we picked out some. If you're concerned about, you know, the ones that we picked out, then you really should be concerned maybe with the 200 sites of the little o, little s also, because there might be sites there that are about to be rezoned that you find problematic as well. So like in addition to the few that were plucked out, there could be even more than that we haven't gone through one by one because they're part of these larger swaths of rezoning that we're planning on doing. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, and I think I'm less concerned about those scenarios. First of all, smaller sites I'm less concerned about, but those scenarios, I mean, I do have issues about this whole process of sort of going beyond what's part of the housing element and then attaching it to the housing element process specifically, which I think adds to the confusion and lack of coherence, though not complexity, to be clear. But at least in some of those sites, if it is like a site to some degree of first impression, like, right, where it wasn't something that was on the opportunity site for maybe the reasons that you actually pointed out and said that like, oh, it didn't meet the standards, then like, I think it's like, then I could sort of kind of wrap my brain around like, okay, well, we're looking at that as part of this process. But when it's a site that was an opportunity site or considered as an opportunity site, taken off and then brought back and essentially given, like I say, what is the opportunity site treatment, I do think that there is an issue there because at that point, we should just say that like, whether it's a zoning district or whatever you want to call it, like we are making this an opportunity site. But I'm happy to move on now. Thanks.
Ms. Chai, I wasn't sure if there were any outstanding questions for you in that. Okay. I'll save, I have some more comments, but they're more commenty than questiony. Are there any other questions? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And this is just going back to Mr. Smith's presentation. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. Is there a letter that was included in the packet, a last minute comment?
The comment came in today, and so it was not part of the correspondence that was included in the
Is this the
packet.
HLC Menlo Together letter? I believe it came in last night, but
Sorry.
for some reason staff didn't get it. I had to forward it to them.
Is that the same letter you were referring to, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, what's the difference between the mid-cycle review and then the annual report, the annual progress reports?
The annual progress report is a requirement that we do, that we've done for a number of years. It happens generally in April of each year. Well, we have to submit it in April of every year to HCD. And typically we bring it to the Housing Commission and then the Planning Commission and then to city council each year in advance of that date that we have to submit it. And the annual progress report essentially gives HCD a snapshot of what happened over the previous year, what programs we implemented from the housing element, and then how many units we produced during that year in each of the different unit types. So whether that's an ADU, a multifamily building, a new single family residence, that kind of thing. The mid-cycle review is actually a program within the housing element. This is the first time that we would be doing this. And that would basically at the midpoint of the cycle, leading up to 2031, we would check in and do a little bit more in-depth review of the progress that had been made during the first half of the housing element cycle. And at that time, if we identify any deficiencies, we're falling short, there seems to be issues with zoning changes that need to be addressed, or there are certain constraints that are identified that are preventing multifamily housing development in the community, then council, we would propose some changes to the zoning, further changes or programs to address that to help us catch up during the second half of the cycle so that we do meet our goals by 2031.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. And so for our last mid-cycle review, which I'm not sure, I know the one coming up would be 2027. So our one prior for cycle 5 would have been in what year? I'm asking you questions I didn't prepare you for. But
Sure.
do you know?
I would ask Ms. Chow, did we have, I think the mid-cycle review is a new thing for us. So I don't know that we had one in the 5th cycle, but.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I think the mid-cycle review is going to be extremely helpful. So it would have been nice if we had it sooner. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right, we're still, believe it or not, in clarifying questions. Any other clarifying questions? All right, so thank you, staff, for those answers. I'm sure we may have more questions that come up. So City Clerk Karen, we've got another one of Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And this is there a way to upzone, maybe this is not the right time to ask this, but to upzone a parcel with restrictions? So the goal is to incentivize the development of affordable housing. But there's some concerns that if we upzone, a blanket upzone, that we may not get the affordable housing. So is there a way to upzone with the restrictions so that we can get it?
I think potentially one way, I don't know that we've considered it in light of restrictions. I think the way that we've been approaching it is in terms of incentives to encourage affordable housing. So for instance, the affordable housing overlay, looking at ways to encourage housing development. And I think that's also why we've tried to be on the zoning densities that we're actually setting that could be achievable without any of those density bonuses, realizing that we could get a significant amount of market rate units. I think that's the idea behind trying to make some of these other incentives like the affordable housing overlay, state density bonus law, those kinds of things more feasible and also more attractive to the development community.
Okay, so City Clerk Karen, can you please find out how many public commenters we have on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K1, review and authorize staff to submit the revised housing element for the 2023 to 2031 planning period to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If participating virtually, this is the time to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen, or if you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, pressing *9 now. And we'll give the public a couple of seconds here to see how many speakers we have in total. Okay, so final call for public comment on item K1 related to the housing element. And Mayor Willison, it looks like we have a total of 5 speakers.
Okay, great. We'll go with our standard public comment lane. Thanks.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Karen Grove, followed by Pam Jones.
Hi, good evening. I was hoping to have a moment to gather my thoughts, but I will go. One of the things I wanted to say is that I feel like there's an inconsistency or misunderstanding, because what Mr. Smith has said is that this, well, in the past, staff has said that the amount that we can increase our zoning capacity is limited by the number of new homes we studied in the EIR. And that number was 4,000. And that number was picked because it's a little bit higher than the number of new homes that we predict we're going to produce in this planning cycle, or that we're planning for. And that number comes from the 68 opportunity sites. So I don't understand how they can be the same and also not be the same. So that's one thing I wanted to just put out there, that didn't clarify anything for me. And the other thing I wanted to say is, regardless of that, in the letter that we submitted, I want to point you to a couple other things. One is, we need to build affordable housing. And for example, attachment E predicts 11 moderate income affordable homes and uses as a comparison of that being likely some market rate homes that are extraordinarily expensive. So that doesn't seem like a good justification, or, that doesn't give confidence. So that might need to be reviewed. And then the final thing is on the mid-year review, the comments there, I think, are really, really important. Just doing a review isn't going to help us, but having the review be some sort of trigger to changes that we are already prepared to make could be valuable and efficient and effective. So please do pay attention to our letter. And I hope that we can get to the bottom of the confusions. Thanks.
Next speaker will be Pam Jones, followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor Willison, Vice Mayor Taylor, Council Members Combe, Nash, and Dorr, City Manager Murphy, and staff. Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park in the Bellhaven neighborhood. I belong to a number of organizations and sit on several boards, but I speak for myself only. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts about our housing element submission. We may not agree on the solutions for submitting a successful housing element. What we do know is the pipeline projects fulfill our above market or market rate obligation. This leaves us with approximately 1,400 very low, low, and moderate housing units. The remaining parcels in RMU zoned may appear to be a backup plan, but even with maximum build out, it will only yield a little over 1,000 housing units. And we cannot build all the very low, low, and moderate income housing in D1. The stark reality is that we as a city are responsible for identifying areas outside of District 1 to fulfill our RHNA number. Therefore, the only viable solution at a minimum is to upzone for the highest yield of housing, particularly on the city-owned parking lots. And that's assuming that there are not any constraints to build on city-owned parking lots. And at the same time, we need to also be inviting affordable housing developers to build. So rather than not talking about where we will build for the very low and moderate housing units, it's time to focus on a solution for building these units. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Jeremy Levin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff and consultants. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Want to support the things that were in the letter from Menlo Together and HLC. I want to first talk about some of the benefits to the city for doing a good job with the housing element and the zoning. This isn't just a form filling out exercise. This is about providing homes for people who would otherwise get displaced from our community, homes for people who work here and have to commute long distances, homes for young people who want to live here and elderly people who want to stay here. This is about providing homes for people in our community. And then in terms of the consequences, there's one in terms of we really need to get a compliant housing element with HCD. We're already starting to see builders remedy projects that are things that the city would not choose. And so we really need to have a compliant housing element and close that door. And also that in terms of the zoning and the mid-cycle review, it's not just about us. If I understand this correctly, the former bill SB 35, which is being replaced by SB 423, which was passed by the legislature, and if it's signed by the governor, he's streamlining provisions if the city is falling behind on his RENA. So if we are not keeping up, we actually get projects streamlined and we get less review than we would otherwise. That's a benefit to doing that upzoning. One of my concerns in looking at the table in the staff report is that it was saying for non-pipeline projects, it's assuming affordable housing and no market rate. The challenge with that is that the only place that we're going to get 100% affordable are either city-owned land or carve outs on very large sites. And on other sites that are privately owned, it's going to be a mixed income, mixed use development, or it's not going to redevelop. So, having the extra zoning to enable those to happen is necessary. Last comment about the EIR is the city has been really cautious about not requiring a new EIR. But if we need that, to be able to get what we want, then we should go ahead and do it and, deal with a CEQA lawsuit about infill development is just not likely to succeed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeremy Levine, followed by Adriana Walker.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council, city staff. Thank you to the staff and consultants for that excellent presentation. I'm Jeremy Levine. I'm the policy manager with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. HLC's mission is to work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. And we have been reviewing housing elements. I have read and reviewed every housing element in San Mateo County because we want to help cities get realistic plans that actually deliver the affordable housing we need and get certified by the state as quickly as possible. So I really appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight and talk about how Menlo Park can continue to work toward those goals. The city has done a lot of really impressive things in this housing element. The plans for the parking lots, for tenant protections, for other important policies. And it's now just a question of, do your sites work? Have you actually met the RHNA? And the thing that the Housing Leadership Council is hung up on is that when we look at the sites that Menlo Park has proposed and we look at the zoning that you're talking about, and I'm talking about, you know, the zoning that's in the housing element right now and the zoning that we're talking about doing after the housing element, this extra zoning, which I still don't totally understand why those are separate, but whatever. Both of those zonings are too little to make many of the sites that are in this inventory realistic. And the city has not come up with a plan to provide the necessary incentive in order to make a lot of these sites realistic. And so we sent a letter, and we're going to send more letters to try and explain what we think is a realistic approach to actually getting the affordable housing Menlo Park needs. We hope that you will look at rezoning, and we hope that you will look at a mid-cycle review policy where you really seriously evaluate the ways that Menlo Park can remove constraints and make it possible to build affordable housing in more places. So really appreciate your discussion tonight. Looking forward to continuing to work together.
Next is Adriana Walker.
Good evening. I am Vice Chair of the Housing Commission, but I am speaking for myself. Thank you for the presentation and for this meeting tonight. I am looking forward to seeing deeply affordable housing in Menlo Park, and not just in District 1. It would be great to have something on city-owned land to ensure that deeply affordable housing is feasible. Just being a resident and a BMR tenant myself, and knowing others who have had to take on, shared housing to ensure that they can stay in the area to keep their kids in schools and not uproot and move. It's necessary that we have affordable housing, and it would be great if we can make that happen in the near future. And thank you. I yield.
And that concludes our public speakers in queue. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So we are going to pause for a moment and take a short break before we come back for council deliberation. It's 9:15. We'll come back at 9:23. Okay. All right, thank
Have-
you. Yes, oh, sorry. Please go, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Having our city council back at our in-person dais, you may reconvene the meeting.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for that break. So we have, we're on K1, which is about the housing element. We have heard our public comment. We've asked our clarifying questions, and now it's time for the council to deliberate on staff's proposed revisions to the housing element in response to HCD's letter. Would anyone like to kick off their comments? I'll just speak generally. So I think that one thing we can all agree on is that we need to get this done. I feel like I get a lot of questions and feedback from residents. What is wrong with our housing element? Why can't you guys get it over the finish line? So I think our priority is really to get this thing done. Of course, we want to get it done right. And so for me, I really appreciated the clarification in the questioning period about kind of the document that we're submitting to HCD, the larger, what I was calling the lower O, lower S opportunity sites mix, and then the zoning. And I think for me, where I'm at is when I look at the numbers in our housing element that we say we are going to yield, even with the adjustments from 55 units an acre for a lot of the sites to 30 units an acre. A lot of those, so we're saying that the sites themselves, a lot of them are not going to yield as many as we thought we were going to yield, but we don't have any real adjustment on the probability of that particular site developing. Some of the sites have like an 80% or a 90% probability, which really feel, as pointed out in the letter we received today, high. There's particular examples in the letter about some sites that have explicitly written in to the city to talk about their lack of intention of redeveloping. That was making me feel very uncomfortable because I felt like with my discomfort at that, and then with this letter pointing that out, that that was really problematic in terms of getting us over the finish line. And the worst thing that could happen is this gets bumped back again. I was just made, I feel a little bit better in the answers to the questions. And while I understand it might feel like we're going way above and beyond and like over promising and over zoning and over including all these opportunity sites, I really feel like that's necessary because of the document that we have, likely not yielding, I think, what it potentially says it's going to yield. And so I feel like to make up that gap that is going to be so critical in our annual reviews and especially in our mid-cycle review. And as one of the speakers pointed out with SB 423, a streamlining provision that will kick in and we'll lose even more local control if we're not producing as promised, that those sites are not a luxury and an over promise and going crazily above what we need to do to hit a regulatory point. To me, they're part of how we are going to meet the commitment. And so to me, it's almost looking at the housing element document and this larger rezoning of these lowercase o, lowercase s opportunity sites in together, that those are going to work. But what I want to make sure is that HCD is very much aware and giving us credit for that effort. And so what I want to know, and I guess this is a question for you, Mr. Bradley, is you mentioned the Campbell example and how Campbell got a lot of credit and ultimately certified because they were pointing to this side effort that like, yeah, look at our housing element, but also look at what we're doing over here. Where you mentioned you had talked to HCD and they acknowledged this work we were doing on the side. That still doesn't make me feel particularly comfortable. How are we demonstrating as a policy, as a program in the document and getting that credit for kind of over including more sites than it looks like we're including?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I'm going to look to Assistant Director Deanna Chow to walk you through that policy, as she has it on her computer and she's very familiar with it. Thank you.
So I don't think it's a particular, there's a number of different programs in our housing element that looks to rezone. And I think this goes back to when we were looking at what are the strategies that we are looking to achieve in our housing element and how are we going to be doing the various programs to accomplish our RHNA number. So if that's, am I going down the right path if I'm answering your question correctly?
Yeah, keep going. No.
Okay. So and then I think we started off with also here's our RHNA number and we need to have a buffer. And so we were looking at the 30% buffer in order to accomplish that. And so we looked at strategies from rezoning our downtown specific plan, looking at creating mixed use opportunities on smaller commercial sites, looking at our R3 around downtown, looking at our affordable housing overlay. And so each of those components then create our overall strategy in ways to achieve our RHNA. And so no one particular strategy will get us across the finish line, but looking at different ways that to meet the different income categories, to meet the different needs of our residents, and particularly to meet the different areas within the city. And so I think we were talking about a mid-cycle. This is something that we added. It's in one of the revisions. It is program H1H, I believe. And so I think this speaks to some of the comments that we received this evening of like, if we are not heading down in the right path, if we are not hitting our numbers, what then can we do to help correct course?
But I guess what I'm asking is, where in the housing element are we saying, yes, we have these 68 opportunity sites, but we're also rezoning an additional 150 sites that could yield between X and X number of units?
Sure. So for an example, let me just, one program talks on program H4L. It speaks to modify the El Camino Real downtown specific plan.
I guess I'm wondering if I'm an HCD reviewer, again, I'm looking for us to get certified and it says modify the El Camino Real thing. Like, how is that being interpreted by, like, to me, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence. There's no quantification in there. And it might not be something we can get quote credit for in terms of towards our RHNA numbers, but I feel like it helps make the case that we're quantifiably thinking about yielding more numbers. Because again, like, I also found it problematic that in our RHNA, in our housing element, we're saying that all of this is going to come from 100% affordable. That was another thing that didn't pass kind of the gut check with me. But I feel like one of the reasons we're rezoning like the almost 200 sites is because we're going to need a combination. And this conversation we've had, I know over these last 2 years, we're going to need a combination of strategies. But what I don't see is any quantification of that for HCD. And I want to do a little bit of the work for them so it's really clear. And I also want to show our residents that we're really clear about it. So just, I'm worried about referring to these vague plans isn't, yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to respond. I'd just like to point out that Deanna read out just like the top sort of headline of the policy. And there's quite a bit of detail below that. So maybe we could, if Tom or Asher could project that on the screen, I think it'd be helpful. as it was H.
Wait.
Yeah, again, this, to me, this, does HCD then look and see how many parcels are in the downtown specific plan? And that. I don't know, I guess you're the experts, but I don't understand if HCD is reviewing hundreds of, or
No, it's,
dozens and dozens of housing elements, it seems like.
no, it's,
quantifying.
yeah, it's a fair point, and we do have the information. It was required for the preparation of the environmental impact report, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be included in the next draft that goes to HCD.
I feel much more comfortable if that was in there. Because I think it acknowledges that we're using a combination of strategies. We have our opportunity sites, the 68 opportunity sites, but we're also doing this kind of larger opportunity site project that is going to cumulatively come together to meet it. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I feel like I've been talking. Anyone want to go next? Okay, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So to follow up on Mayor Willison's question, how do we show that we're serious about the affordable housing downtown? And which I assume will be a combination of policies and removing constraints. Is that, and I know we've talked about this before, but I'm wondering where that goes. And given that affordable housing within half a mile of transit, there is unlimited density. We have tremendous opportunity to build real affordable housing on our city-owned properties. And so again, how do we really highlight that and also entice nonprofit partners and anyone else who's interested in building there to really see the opportunity?
Can I just build off what Councilmember Nash said? I think, and for good reason, because the HCD has given you a lot of constraints and rules about what we get credit for. And I think you've been really trying to walk in those lines. And so you haven't wanted to overpromise as our numbers to meet our arena that goes above and beyond. But I think as we expand what might be necessary to get this over the finish line, it's not just that piece, but it's also show, even though we might not get credit towards the arena, we want to paint the picture of all this other stuff that we have in mind. And so they can at least consider that and weigh it. So I'm very much in support of what Councilmember Nash, again, elaborating off what we're doing, because I don't think it's being represented in some of this stuff.
Absolutely. And to respond to Councilmember Nash, one of the council was discussing previously what really is the distinction between being an opportunity site and not being an opportunity site. And one of the things that comes to mind is that the housing opportunity site list is basically a statement by the city saying we want and support housing on these sites above all other sites in our city. There's programs to promote that to the development community, for-profit developers, nonprofit developers, get the word out, really make it a transparent public relations effort. So it doesn't just live in a 800-page document in the back. It becomes a handout that is out in the community and people know about it. And so that's where, especially with the city-owned sites, the city will be acting as the property owner, the developers, potentially the applicant, sort of creating that project from a place of that the council is supportive of. And so that is very much within your domain to determine, to take advantage of state density bonus law, affordable housing overlay, partner with a development partner, that could all be part of that that movement to really lean into this effort.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And Mr. Bradley, and just following the line of questions, and that is with that example that you just gave, will we have a better opportunity to build on the city-owned property with 100% affordable if the city was the lead developer, as opposed to waiting for someone to submit an application to build?
Oh, absolutely. The program that's fleshed out in the housing element envisions the city being proactive and not waiting for anyone to approach the city about it, but to put an RFP or a request for proposals or request for qualifications from different housing groups that would be interested and capable and have a track record of doing that type of housing development. And the city would be in the driver's seat of which group was selected, what the development profile would look like, percentage affordable, all of the goals that you talked about at the policy level within the housing element would come down to a specific development project where the city council would be the ultimate decider.
So that example is a project and programs together,
Correct.
and incentivizing either a housing developer or the city seeking matching funding from somewhere to complete the project.
Yes.
Is that something that is already done in other cities, or?
Yeah, we're seeing that throughout the peninsula, in Burlingame, Redwood City. I'm sure there's several others, but those that we are seeing more and more of those types of projects. And we've heard loud and clear from the nonprofit and even some of the for-profit affordable housing providers that's their first effort is to look to public partners with land to make those types of projects reality.
And I just have a couple other questions. The document that you had on screen, is that the 1,036 page document, or is that a different document?
That the one that was just up previously was the city's adopted housing element with the proposed red lines.
From January, or I'm sorry, from April? I
Correct.
think. And my last question is, the example that you just gave about a project and a program, that is not something that HCD has said that we are either doing great or needs work.
Around the city-owned sites?
Yes.
No, I think they haven't commented on that, which means it's a good thing. That means they like it.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to go back to Councilmember Nash if you wanted to continue. Councilmember Combs, are you ready to?
You know, I've had some, this is not a scenario for first impression for us as a council. Obviously the housing element has been before us. It's slightly different, and I have expressed my concerns about several factors, and those concerns remain. I won't sort of repeat them here. We can all go back and look at that past council meeting, but yeah, I think I still have concerns about the overall balance of what I see as realistic opportunity sites. And I think that the concern about the balance throughout the city is actually exacerbated by this after the fact district zoning exercise. And again, those concerns remain. I do appreciate that this is an important process, and it's important that we get a compliant housing element as soon as possible. But my concerns remain.
Councilmember Dorr?
Sure, thank you. It is interesting to have this conversation again, and I'm thinking about the things that have led us to have this conversation another time, and I know that some factors that I learned about that I think might be valuable for the public to know about this process is that we had a change in reviewer at HCD. And so the first person who reviewed it, the housing element, is not the second person who reviewed it and then said, no, go back to the drawing board again. And we asked the city, or the staff asked for an informal review of this version of the housing element on September 21st or something. Now it's October 10th and we haven't heard back yet. So we're waiting for feedback on, are we now meeting your request and your requirements, HCD? And so I just want to let folks know this hasn't been the best process, it sounds like, even for the staff. And it's been also, an interesting and fast process of continually coming back and then trying to resubmit it as soon as possible so we can move away from this, the looming fear of the builder's remedy. And so in light of the feedback that we've gotten from this round of HCD comments, I'm thinking about how that they're saying that we can do more. And I appreciate the response that staff has put together. But I am still thinking about, are we doing as much as we can in setting up a productive mid-cycle review, for example, making sure we're going far enough, and also thinking about even in these annual progress reviews, because if we reach the mid-year or the mid-cycle and we're at 10-15% of our affordable housing goal, we should have been talking about this, or the council should have been talking about it even sooner. And so I almost want there to be some kind of additional lower limit test for the annual progress report to say, okay, if we're not at least reaching, a tiered 25% at a quarter of the cycle, then we'll have a conversation, because I want to make sure that we're being as proactive as possible and showing this proactivity to HCD. Another concern that I had is on the first comment that HCD shared, they mention a need to promote housing mobility, increase new housing choices and affordability, place-based strategies for community preservation and revitalization, and displacement protection. So this is not just about creating new housing, but also protecting the existing affordable housing we have. And I went into the recommended modification to the housing element, and I just wish there was more content there that is pointing towards the programs that are supporting anti-displacement, because I know a subcommittee of council members here on the dais worked on that, and I'm not sure how deeply all those strategies are reflected here. I know there's mention of the environmental justice element, but I think as much specificity that we can have pointing to the thoughtful opportunities to protect and further affordable housing, the better. That's number 2. And number 3, on the zoning of some sites and concerns about how viable they are. I appreciate the call out that came in the letter saying that, you're saying a site is 90% likely to become affordable housing. And the only other examples you're showing are for very not affordable housing. And so I know it's more of this is not currently asked by HCD, but I wonder if it might come up are you being realistic with the quote unquote realistic capacity ranges that you're setting forth? And just noting that, and I know this has been brought up by other folks on the dais as well. Thank you.
So I'm actually very optimistic that we will be building sufficient housing once we get through this housing element process and have a approved housing element. My concern, as has been voiced by many people, is do we have the numbers in our housing element as it stands right now to get it approved? Because we certainly don't want to go through this again, if at all possible.
And so I'm comfortable with what staff is putting together. If you can sort of assure us that that sounds like it is sufficient and that we can then have a zoning discussion later. And I guess part of this is realizing that all of our market rate housing will be satisfied in the Bayfront area with pipeline projects. And that what we really need to do is focus on the affordable housing as you have done in the staff report. And realizing that's why we are leaning so hard on these opportunity sites as being affordable housing sites. Is there something else we should be doing, or is this any other suggestions?
I think in terms of raw numbers, we're in a good place in terms of our housing capacity. But having said that, what we've seen recently is HCD will accept the numbers on a RENA basis, which is a regional housing needs allocation, but then they'll kind of switch the conversation and start talking about affirmatively furthering fair housing and having enough accessible multifamily affordable housing opportunities in a different or better or more widespread distribution throughout the community. And then you're into a real gray area. So there's no standards, there's no specific statutes about what, a good distribution looks like. And so that can bog down in, some back and forth. But just in terms of meeting the quantified requirements around RENA, I think we're in a really good place, even with the conservative methodology. But there could be other issues that may take us additional effort to secure that coveted certification.
If you already think that potential exists, can we do something to something proactive to address that potential risk beyond what's already been done?
That's a good question. We need to think about that as a team and report back.
If I may, I think the recommendation earlier to better draw the link between the rezoning efforts that we're pursuing more broadly beyond just the opportunity sites and putting some more quantification to that. I believe HCD understands, based on our recent conversation with them in September. I think that there was sort of the light bulb went off with that conversation, but it's clear that it's not resonating with everyone. And so I think we could be a little bit more deliberate in drawing the connection. They always appreciate quantification and numerical sort of metrics. And so I think we can identify, for instance, the total number of parcels that would be rezoned as part of a certain program. And then to try to draw the links between all of those together, I think that is a great suggestion.
Yeah, I'm really in support of that. Coming into this meeting, I wasn't sure if I was going to ask you to kind of go back a little bit to the drawing board and adjust some of the probabilities of the 68 sites that we had and turn those down. But I think that would be a ripple affecting exercise that could consume you. And the important thing is getting this over the finish line, not having you and as doing the zoning rather than doing these performative exercises on number crunching. But I do think that in the place of going down that rabbit hole to bolster up this side effort that we're doing to really demonstrate our goodwill and intent there. I just wanted to say a couple more things. One is I think that the zoning conversation that we have coming up is going to be critical. Again, I think we're going to have to, we won't know whether or not this latest draft is sufficient to be accepted prior to rezoning. I believe, if I'm thinking of the timing. So I think we're going to really need to, make good on our upzoning to make this all happen. So I'm just putting a pin in that, telegraphing that conversation. And then to Councilmember Dorr's point about the mid-cycle review, I do think that, what was that program H1H? Was that what that program H1H? When I read the modified language, it still felt a little squishy to me. And I'd like you all to take another look at that, and particularly looking at cities that have been certified and what triggers and commitments they're making in there. I think that's another one that HCD called out in particular. I think these ones that they're calling out, that the letter that we've received from housing advocates are calling out, we really need to take seriously. And some of the things for the mid-cycle review that I think we should really look at or make commitments around that I'd like you to look into would be having to do with developments that have asked for variances, concessions, and waivers. If we have multiple developers coming forward having to beg us to loosen certain restrictions, that could indeed be a governmental constraint. And if everybody needs, a parking thing or I don't know, the setback, I don't know what all the things are, then that might just be something we want to just allow from the get-go. Because predictability in development is so important. And if we're forcing developers, particularly affordable housing developers, to make all these requests and kind of come and ask permission and over again, to me, that's a huge constraint. And so I would really suggest building something into the mid-cycle review where we look at what's been produced, what those concessions and waivers and asks have been, and how we can ease that journey, especially for our affordable housing developers. And I think, and I agree with, if you already are concerned about AFFH, then just do what you got to do about it and not wait for us to get rejected again around that. Those are the rest of my comments. I see Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And I'm supportive of the mayor's direction. I have three things, and I'll do my best to be concise. One is just some concerns around words like consider and encourage, because it's not very specific. The second is just looking at attachment D, thinking about the programs. I'd like to see, and I think we have some examples just of some more aggressive anti-displacement strategy. If we look at data going back to the Y plan, which I want to say it was in 2020, and just looking at how many folks have been displaced from Menlo Park since then, those numbers are extremely high, especially in one area of our city. So we need to act now when it comes to anti-displacement strategy. And I know that there are some mentioned in attachment D as a response to HCD when it comes to the place-based strategies for community preservation. I am going to guess that you're coming back to us before we coming back again to have a conversation with us. So I know that there are some strategies in there.
Can you clarify, do you mean, so I think that's a good question to clarify. So coming back to us about what, when?
That's what my question is. Is this a two-parter meeting or is this a one part and then
I'm
it's
seeing
coming
City
back?
Manager Murphy leaning forward aggressively.
So I don't know. So I don't know.
I think it's a really good question. So I'd love staff to let us know. We're giving you a lot of feedback. What are you gonna do with it, and when, how, if, are we gonna see it?
So I think that there may be two parts. Are you, so the first, so the housing element returning back, and then the second piece, I think, was the conversation around anti-displacement strategies and.
Well, I'm actually looking at it as a part of the programming for the housing element. In attachment D, so I look at it as one, or should I be looking at it separately?
I think if you're looking at it as revised language to the anti-displacement strategy, then that would be incorporated. Yes,
Yes.
you're
So
correct.
yes,
Yeah.
revised language. I'm looking for that.
Yes. So our goal, our anticipation is to receive the feedback this evening. And if council provides us that direction, staff is able to make the adjustments, then we would post for 7 days and then submit it back to HCD. If it's the council's interest to see the item return, we could do that. Certainly that then lengthens, potentially lengthens the time.
I will do my best to be specific so that it doesn't lengthen the time. What I'm looking at is, I need a minute to go. Well, one is just looking at and there's mention of affordable and BMR, which I see as different, because we still need to revisit our BMR policy. I have concerns about units actually being affordable. So I'd like to see us look at our BMR policy and to make some adjustments.
Is this something that can be projected on the screen? Are you looking at a specific page?
I'm looking at attachment D.
Can someone from staff bring it up for us so we
Page
can all?
K 1.6.
I'm loading it right now.
And this is the first HCD comment. And then yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And so that was one piece, but just now that you have it up on the screen, I have some concerns about using the community amenities program and funds in here as a part of the program. And there's a second part to this, because if you see on this page that you have to also look at page 4-87, is that it? To look at the rest of the edits. So this isn't the complete statement. So I'm not sure if what I say that again. Okay. I'm not sure if what I said earlier made sense about when the affordable housing versus BMR, the BMR policy. The BMR policy is not affordable housing, at least not for anyone under 120% AMI. So I don't know how much more specific I need to be about what the action item behind that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. So I believe what you're seeking is a specific modification to our below market rate guidelines to potentially lower the income or lower the make modifications to allow rents to be lower than the maximum for an income category.
Yes.
And so that would be, we do have as part of one of our programs, modifications to the BMR guidelines. So that could be something that could be considered
I think it needs to be specific, because if we're going to address those 1,400 units, we need to be specific about who's going to be able to access them. And right now, if we leave it as is, the folks that we're building it for is not who's going to be able to rent them.
And I think the concern is, for example, we have BMR units that are available now
that are just not getting rented because the income and the rents don't match up. The income requirement, the rents are too high given people's income.
Can I ask for a clarification from the two of you then? Are you asking that the housing element makes a commitment right now to lower that? Or do you want to, well, I guess my question for Ms. Chow is, are we going to be looking at that? Is that the thing? Or is that not doesn't go far enough?
That doesn't go far enough.
So is it possible, so what are the benefits and risks of, if the council is interested in just making that commitment now, is that something we can do? Or does that need more analysis, more community engagement?
Through the mayor. Thank you. In one of our agenda items tonight for the study session has a copy of the AMI chart to give you a clear picture of who can and cannot afford BMR.
So I think there's a couple things. I think staff is trying to get us over the finish line. We want to get over the finish line in the right way and get what we need to get and to make us all comfortable with our goals here. I'm nervous about trying to resolve this on the dais in this moment, because that's a lot to chew on now. But I know that there's a cost to coming back to allow us the opportunity to think about. So it seems like there's this window of time that Vice Mayor Taylor wants to hit so that we're going to make a decision on this. Can that window hit in this process right now and meet whatever timeline staff feels like we need to meet to get this over the finish line? Is that a fair question? Okay. Staff, does that question make sense to you?
So I think so. So the programs that we're looking at in the housing element that discuss the BMR program, beginning with program H4A, and it identifies a menu of things that would be considered as part of that evaluation. I'm trying to see if there is a item there that encompasses the request that you are suggesting be added, or we could potentially add it as an item that would follow. It would be K. To the item.
Excuse me, Ms. Chow, can you tell us what page you're on in the larger document?
Sure. Of course, I'm working on a different document. So let me let me switch over.
If you go to the agenda one, that'd probably be best. People can follow along.
So it is on page 338 of the packet this evening. It's beginning with program H4A. If you're following along on the PDF, it's page 8-23. So that is the first program where we discuss BMR modifications to the BMR guidelines. There's also program H4B, which is regarding allocation of units. We also discussed H4C, which is commercial linkage fees. So those are just topics part of the BMR guidelines, but I think where your consideration probably would fit within H4A. So we can find an appropriate.
Vice Mayor Taylor, are you looking at H4A and are you finding what you're looking for?
The statement says support the development of a diversity of housing types. Is that what you're referring to?
So it would be amend the below market rate housing regulations, amend the BMR housing program for residential developments to maximize the production. It talks about a number of items there.
Is
There's-
it possible to add something about what what Vice Mayor Taylor is asking about of lowering the income? I don't know how to articulate it,
Yeah, yes, I believe we can add a specific reference to,
but it would be just assessing it, looking at it. It wouldn't be committing to it. And I'm wondering, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna meet where exactly as far as you want to go, Vice Mayor Taylor, in the time that we have now to get this submitted. But I get what you're getting at, I think.
I think adding some language in there, because just looking at H4A, it's amend the BMR housing program to maximize the production of affordable units, and then modifications to be evaluated, including increase the BMR requirements and consider implementing a sliding scale requiring increased percentage of BMR. And then add a menu of options for achieving affordability. It sounds like it sets the intention for it. I think the challenge is, because of how much displacement has already happened in Menlo Park, I'm concerned that this isn't enough. So if there are, I could give you specific ideas, but
Yeah,
I don't know if now's the,
Is it the 60% AMI that you're getting?
even if you look at the chart in the staff report, you would see it's even less than that. And if you think about, at least in one area of our city, from the Y Plan report, the average income came to somewhere around 53,000, which I think is around 40% AMI.
But can you articulate what's the?
So I'm looking at two things. One is creating a BMR policy that actually is affordable. Two, creating programs, potentially using BMR funds that act as a subsidy. Because these units that we are potentially building out of the housing element will not occur for another 5 to 7 years, possibly, right? So the programming that comes along with it has to be something that addresses the needs today.
So it sounds like you're looking to add something about making the BMR units affordable for lower levels, for people with lower levels of income.
A lower AMI.
Both in the BMR program and to explore programs to
Yes.
create a bridge to enable people to get into
Get those
existing
units
BMR
filled.
units.
Yes.
So is there wording, Ms. Chow, that you think staff can work on? First of all, are you getting what Vice Mayor Taylor is getting at? And then does adding some language into program H2A to specifically address that work?
Yes.
thank you. Yeah, so I think staff can work to enhance H4A to help clarify. I also think there might be opportunities in program H2E, if I have my number correctly, and this is related to our anti-displacement strategies. And it might speak to the second piece that you were talking about in terms of subsidies. So if that's a rental assistance program, so it could be potentially in one of those two categories.
Yes. Thank you. And that was my number 2. And I said I had 3 things.
Okay, so do you need more? Do you need to make sure that there's support from at least 3 of us for that?
Yes, that would be
Okay,
helpful.
I'm supportive of that. Okay. I'm seeing some nods, so yeah. Just want to dot all our i's. And
I just want to understand, like, you guys are looking for a motion. This is a regular item, right? So you're looking for a motion and ultimately three votes. to go forward. Correct.
Yes, my understanding is that we are looking to get clarifications on what might need to change in the draft housing element. And so if this is one of the changes, then yes, we'd be looking to see support
But-
from the council.
But just to be clear, like you don't want clarification, you want finalization, right? Okay, and so I just to understand what we're doing here, okay.
It seems like pseudo study session because we're giving you direction to have the authority to make certain changes, but we're giving you the authority to implement our will and then turn it in without coming back to us, which feels makes us, I think, a little nervous, but given the timeline, I don't know if we have a choice. And given the importance of getting this done. So that's why I'm trying to be as specific as possible on the direction we're giving you, making sure that there's at least 3 of us on each parts of those directions. So when we tie up with potentially a motion, you know that the motion is including each of those items. So we're not dropping any of those items. Ms. Chow, can you repeat this one again, please? What it is we just agreed that we nodded about?
Sure, thank you. So I have a modification to program H4A, or more, if it's more suitable in H2E, staff will look to it. So it's to amend the BMR guidelines to explore the opportunities for lowering the AMI for affordable units, and secondarily to potentially seek a subsidy for BMR units. And I think that might be more appropriate in the anti-displacement strategies.
Yes.
And assuming that these programs, these will all come back to the council for discussion and formal ultimate approval and action. So we don't feel that we're making this decision on the cuff at 10 o'clock at night because we're under the gun, but that we'll have another opportunity to see these.
Correct. So this is language for enhancing the program, clarifying the program, and then BMR guideline changes would be a process that would go through Housing Commission and then forwarded back to the City Council for review and action.
Vice Mayor Taylor, you have the number 3.
Thank you. In this topic, I've brought up before. I'm bringing it up because zoning also came into the conversation, and that is looking at potential downzoning or rezoning in District 1. And I don't want to go too far into discussion since it's not agendized.
Sorry, can you actually repeat that? I was
Yes.
multitasking, unfortunately.
That's okay. We all are. I am interested in looking at downzoning or rezoning in District 1. And I don't know how much more I can elaborate on that since it's not agendized. I know that there's a zoning conversation coming up at the Planning Commission. And I don't know how much more I can elaborate on that.
Councilmember Dorr?
When will we be hearing back? When will we be having the zoning conversation after that goes to the Planning Commission?
So the actual zoning text amendments are going to the Planning Commission on
October 23rd.
October 23rd, and a first reading will come before the council at the second meeting in November, I believe. Is that correct?
The second meeting would be the earliest or a potential special meeting.
But at that point, it's going to be a first reading on the ordinance. And in order to meet the January 31st deadline, there's not going to be a lot of time to revise the language that's before you of the actual zoning ordinance. So yes, it'll be a discussion on the zoning ordinance, but it's going to be a first, the next time that the zoning amendments come to you, it's going to actually be the ordinance.
If I may just also just supplement that, so that the meeting of October 23rd has been noticed for the planning commission. It currently does not include conversations around downzoning or rezoning in District 1, except for the parcels that had been previously identified as part of the housing element. And so I just want to make that clear that that is something that we would need direction on, if that's something that we would want a modification or a subsequent planning commission meeting to discuss it.
Just to play this out for a minute, if we were interested in this, what would that look like? And where are we in meeting our January 31st rezoning deadline and whatnot?
It is very tight. I mean, we will be needing, depending upon the number of meetings that planning commission and or city council takes, we will be heading into December, potentially early January, for the zoning conversations absent the down zoning conversation. And what would it okay, sorry, please, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Just wanted to check the city attorney if I could elaborate a little more. Okay. The reason I'm asking, and this is even looking at rezoning, is because District 1 is going to have over 2,000 apartments. I think a lot will end up opening the end of this year, early next year, and there is no retail, no transportation. There are so many things that don't exist there. If we don't look at zoning to make some modifications to improve the quality of life of our new residents, I just think that it's unfair to not consider it.
And to go a little bit further on that, there are 8 or 9 sites that are still zoned for housing. So there's an opportunity, and basically by right, there are many more housing units that could go into the Bayfront area at a bonus level. And those are with SB 330. They basically, the city cannot do much unless we do rezone those areas. And the only opportunity to rezone is when we actually have an opportunity to offset any housing loss in one area. It must be taken up in another area. And that's why this is sort of the one time when we could do something about it, although it's also an extremely tight timeline.
This is a really intriguing conversation, and I wish we had talked about this in August, or, when we first were having it was brought up. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that I have heard you ask that before. And while I'm I really am sympathetic, I do think that the retail situation in terms of services there is concerning. I do feel like there's such a ripple effect that could potentially occur with any downzoning that I don't see it. I made a commitment to upzone the other parts of the city as a way to address the equitable. To me, we might have different solutions to this, and I think we might just disagree on how to go about it. But for me, especially given the tight timeline that we have, I feel like even if in August we had done the rezoning, looked at the downzoning, I still don't see how it could have happened. So much outreach and process that would have to go into that. So I hate to disappoint folks, but I can't. I have to stand by what I said before about the downzoning.
And I understand that. And just thinking about the process that has happened in the past, the history of land use in Menlo Park, especially the area, we are going to have 3,000 apartments in an area that have 0 services. And we have the opportunity to change it, and we're not willing to. I understand that the city is on a tight timeline. We cannot dismiss where we have placed people to live. Cannot dismiss it. I think it's irresponsible. And we have the opportunity now. We've made efforts, and I say we, Councilmember Nash and I, going on 5 years now. So I see this as an opportunity to repair.
Councilmember Combs, I don't know if you have thoughts you'd want to share about the downzoning or rezoning.
I will, well, I don't know that I'm going to overall be with the majority on this. So, so I don't know that my thoughts carry much weight. I will acknowledge that Vice Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Nash have been consistent in their desire to see certain portions of District 1 down zones since I have been on council. I think as I sit here now, because it has to be a trade-off, I don't know exactly where we're finding that trade-off. Like, because we were already like sort of overpromised to HCD with the opportunity sites, and then with this extra sort of rezoning, then so unless we're going to like upzone more than we've already promised, I don't know then that we can now downzone unless the city attorney says we can, that we can like sort of go for at least zoning changes that have already been out there and now match them with downzoning. Or would we have to sort of go and sort of upzone even more, like sort of commitments to zoning changes that again we've already been public about? No one's answering my question.
So I have looked at this sort of from a high level, and I think it is given that what I understand the target sites to be that would be downzoned, given that none of those sites have been identified as in the draft housing element as being utilized towards meeting the city's RHNA, I think it is possible that under no net loss laws, those sites could be downzoned concurrently with upzoning that's contemplated as a part of the housing element. As it sounds like everyone here already understands, no net loss laws say that if you are going to downzone any reduce residential capacity, you have to concurrently increase residential capacity elsewhere to offset the loss of residential capacity. So I think it is possible that we could do that. What we don't know is that how HCD will view that concurrent downzoning when the upzoning that is required in order to meet no net loss laws is being done in order to meet RHNA. I think technically we can bifurcate the two because those 8-9 sites are not part of the housing element. But we don't know how HCD would look upon that.
Okay. And so those sites weren't part of this housing element. They were part of an earlier housing element, right? Or no? They've never been part of. Okay.
No. Okay. No. Yeah, Ms. Chow agrees with me.
So Councilmember Nash.
So I'm just going to throw something out there. I don't know if it helps the situation at all, given our timeline, but I am actually continue to be not interested in doing quite as much market rate housing upzoning in the downtown area as we've been talking about. I think that 100 units is far exceeds what we need. This is a market rate housing, far exceeds what we need to stimulate growth, vibrancy, housing downtown. And if I'm wondering if there's any appetite for reducing that number to something less for market rate housing. And that would possibly give us an opportunity later to do, to take a look at this rezoning. I also want to point out that upzoning in anywhere, and right now I'm specifically talking about downtown market rate housing, is a one-way street. We're seeing this play out right now from Connect to Menlo in the Bayfront area, where it was upzoned to 100 units per acre, and that is extremely high, especially in an area which does not have transportation or services, which obviously the downtown does. But essentially, it is a one-way street. Once this council upzones to 100 units per acre, there is no going back. I would much prefer to take a more deliberate approach where we don't go all the way to the max right now, and we do what is required plus a little bit to get the housing passed. This is in the zoning, not just in the housing element. And then we're able to ratchet it up whenever is needed if we're not seeing the desired level of the desired uptake for housing. And it also gives us other opportunities. I believe that just as it was in Connect Menlo, that 100 units per acre doing the great upzoning that we're talking about is a giveaway to developers. And it also immediately puts money in the pockets of property owners. And I think we should be doing it in a much more thoughtful, reserved way. So I just want to throw that out there. I know that we're sort of have launched this boat. So wondering if there's any thoughts.
I mean, so I will acknowledge Councilmember Nash, that you have been consistent on that front too. that we don't have a market rate housing issue or challenge, but an affordable housing challenge. So I will also think it's important to acknowledge that I have voted against the housing element. But to frame what I'm going to say, is that like we had an application, our most recent application got submitted to HCD. It was rejected. It was rejected with sort of some guidelines for what they thought was missing. And so what we need to do, or what y'all need to do, is respond to those guidelines and respond to those notes. If you now are going to go back and open up things in your resubmittal of that application that had already been settled, then I think we're only expecting for another rejection of that application, because they've told you what they want to see. Now, and again, if you go and you make additional changes, then I think all bets are off. Or please, if you disagree, then please let me.
So I do not know if we can do this on a timeline and whether staff can do it, but I don't believe that this upzoning has been, any of this information has been given to HCD since we did the submittal prior to that discussion. And I will also say that what we need from downtown is affordable housing. Affordable housing within half a mile of transit has unlimited density. So what we really need to do is not upzone our market rate housing, but what we need to do is have programs and policies in place to incentivize using building affordable housing on our city-owned lots.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns and you bringing this up, Councilmember Nash. A few things I'm thinking about. I echo the concern that Councilmember Combs brought up of, if we're saying we're all in and we're showing up with density, I think it's better to hold that. Two, I'm worried about the timeline and the draft guidance that the staff are already preparing to take to the Planning Commission. And I think I don't want to derail that process, and I want to make sure that we're moving full steam ahead there. Three, I'm thinking about how, like we've said from the start, increasing the density is saying, hey, developers, here's your ceiling. It doesn't mean that this is absolutely what's going to be built. I'm thinking about, you know, how Springline fits into the architecture of downtown, and also the fact that all these developed, you know, all these projects would come to the Planning Commission, come to us for conversation. You know, the iteration that's been going on right now with Parkline and the SRI space. I think that there are a few more checks and balances to ensure that the development is aligned with the community. And so I'm not as worried about needing to put that in the zoning conversation now. And four, thinking about the diversity of folks that we're inviting to the community, that we're, you know, that whose taxes are going to support our schools, and thinking about the bigger range of making sure we're thinking about all those things. So those are my 4 reasons why I am supportive of, and I guess we'll talk about this too when we actually talk about zoning, but of maintaining that 100 units downtown. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilmember Dorr. I think that saying all market rate housing downtown isn't needed or isn't wanted. I think we need to provide flexibility. I think right now the housing element is showing that all parcels are going to develop at 100% affordable, which I don't think is realistic. I think we're going to need a mix of inclusionary and 100% affordable. I also think, as Councilmember Dorr said, we need a mix of all incomes downtown. I think it's fabulous that we are leaning so heavily in affordable housing downtown. We obviously need that to meet our RHNA, but I don't think we can have a downtown 100% filled with only new affordable housing. We need to have a mix of housing choices throughout the city. And finally, I think we, as I've mentioned before, we need to revitalize downtown, and we need to this is our opportunity to have the greatest impact we can on our downtown. So I know we're going to be having larger conversations about zoning coming up, and I'm sure we'll all have our things to say then, but that's just my reaction. And then I am curious about Councilmember Combs wanting to see us having a compliant housing element, but voting no on housing elements. It seems inconsistent to me, and I just wanted to see kind of where your head was at with that, because it would be great if you were part of finding these solutions along the way. And I don't know if we left you somewhere a year and a half ago on that, but I'm having a hard time reconciling the voting no on the housing element, but also saying we need to have a compliant housing element, and coming out against like builders remedy projects and whatnot.
Yeah, like, so like I said, when we first voted on and sent our housing element to HCZ, I expressed what were for me substantive concerns about what I saw the spread of projects and opportunity sites, of which we very much knew and know are going to happen, versus things that are more sort of theoretical. We zone, but that there is not clear projects there. And if we look at specifically talking about affordable housing, if we look at where we know that there are real affordable housing that's going to happen, if you look at the VA campus, if you look at the Ravenswood City School District site, I mean, those are the only like known projects. And so my concern was that, again, like I said, that there was a not just affordable housing, but across the board in concentration. I also had some concerns about the concentration of the opportunity sites on Bohannon Drive, which was right across the freeway from District 1. And I thought further leaned into what I thought was, and what has been called out as a problematic concentration of high density housing on the far east side of town. And so those are all concerns of which, you know, I've always been fairly public about. I do think it's important to have a compliant housing element, and to the extent to which the housing element fits the goals and desires of the majority, I think that it's important that we get there. Like, right, that we check all the boxes we need to check to have this application accepted. But that has been my concern. And I haven't seen a willingness to sort of like really sort of explore those concerns in depth in a time of which I think they could have been explored. Where we're past that at this moment, and so this is where we are.
Yeah, Councilmember Nash.
Two things. One is we definitely do need market rate housing with the affordable housing, but we've been doing well with market rate housing without increasing the density to 100 units per acre. And it will be increasing even regardless. Enough on that. I do want to respond to my colleagues' comments about affordable housing. And that's, looking at one of the web pages for BMR units on the city website, and I don't believe it's as up to date as has the most up to date. But in District 1, there are 262 BMR units. In District 2, there are 60 BMR units. In District 3, there are 20 BMR units. In District 4, there are 135 BMR units. And in District 5, there are 0 BMR units for a total of 477 BMR units across the city. So when you do consider that District 4 downtown is going to be getting hundreds of units happily of affordable housing on top of the 135 units we already do have, please don't say that other parts of the city are not doing their fair share.
What are the additional BMR units that are affordable housing units that District 4 is going to get
So District 4 currently has 135 units. And we are going to be getting hundreds of affordable housing units in our city-owned parking lots.
Okay, so that's the plan and the goal, like, right? But
Well, it's what we need to achieve. Yes.
it is, but we are like sort of tens of millions of dollars and some title that still need to be cleared up between where we are right now and the actual building of those units. And so I think we would all like to see them, but it is not like a real thing at the moment. It just isn't. And so I don't think you can say that like, hey, give me credit for units that don't exist.
But I'm saying, give me credit for 135 units that exist currently and have existed for years in District 4.
It is, I know that there is I think I'd have to go and see for myself, like the fidelity of those numbers and where those units
Seriously?
are exactly
Okay,
at.
There is Partridge Place.
I know that place. yes.
Okay, and there is Crane Place.
Okay, senior housing. Yeah,
Affordable, low.
but it's different. I mean, it is different. See, so that's, I mean, when you talk about, I mean, it's just different.
Okay,
And
I won't even.
Okay,
go there.
I think focusing back to what we need to do right now to get you to reply to the housing element draft. So right now we are talking about the wording of the draft. So we've given you feedback on BMR programs. We've given you feedback on beefing up the explanation and quantifying this kind of side opportunity site, not really an opportunity site project we've got going on. We've talked about mid-cycle review. I brought up the constraint thing and strengthening some of those commitments. I don't know where my colleagues are on that. I think I heard Vice Mayor Taylor say she was in support of that. I think I guess, are there 3 people interested in downzoning District 1 at this time?
I think the question is for it to be analyzed, right? Is to have an analysis or even of rezoning, because there's no services there. So it's not just, it's zoning in general in District 1 and looking at how to, I think it's to repair that policy.
But to have that happen prior to January 2023. City Manager Murphy.
Let's see, Mayor. So I wasn't necessarily looking to respond to that specifically. Happy to kind of talk generally, but specifically, I would say I think if it's framed as zoning changes and an analysis of that, I think those are things that could be looked at in the future. To be, straight with you, I don't think that could be done by the end of January 2024. So if it's a matter of sort of reframing it, I'm also looking at Ms. Chow. There's the environmental justice element. There's other tools that we could potentially look at. So if the focus more is on the zoning of the area and what the services could be, that's a much different conversation than about down zoning. So I think that's, I would want to get clarification about that.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Actually, I'm looking at Councilmember Nash. So I am wondering if we can't do it in conjunction with this housing element and assuming that there's no appetite for looking at modifying the numbers of upzoning in the downtown, then I don't think that it will happen. In which case, I'm not sure it's worth the staff time to invest in it at this point. Is now the only opportunity to look at zoning changes and analysis, or can this be done in the new year? City Manager Murphy or Ms. Chow?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. So I think to help clarify that the down zoning, that seems like there would be potential opportunity if there is some rezoning or upzoning as part of the housing element. So that's sort of like one bucket. And then the second piece that City Manager Murphy just mentioned is if there are some zoning amendments that are unrelated to housing, but more related to how can we further incentivize or encourage the right mix of uses in the Bayfront area, that's a different conversation that is not necessarily tied to the housing element. That's not really a program, but that might be another separate program that's related to the environmental justice element or a separate priority for economic development. So that
I'd be totally in support of that.
Agreed. Of support, of looking at it at a later date, not connected to this zoning conversation that we need to submit by January 31st, but at another time.
But that means that the 8 or 9 housing sites would need to stay intact, and they will have the opportunity to be made, or they have the potential, I guess I should say, rather than opportunity, they have the potential to become housing. And that would not be part of the rezoning. Those would not be part of the conversation, since I think we're doing a tremendous amount of upzoning at this point, and there would be very little, I certainly would have very little appetite to doing additional upzoning.
One clarification, for those sites in Bellhaven.
They're in M2, the former M2 area.
Gotcha. They would, former M2, they would have dialogue with the planning commission and with us about adding community amenities, right? And I wonder if there are other ways in the short term, given that maybe the process of doing this study and analysis might take a long time. Are there other mechanisms that we can look to get this support?
I think you need to look at the area as a whole and not in pieces so that you can understand what's happening over there. I'm not sure if you've looked to see the buildings that have been completed over there. Have you seen them? You have. So just imagine 9 more parcels like that. And there's no services, no transportation. And I don't see community amenities as a solution. It's just, there's no way community amenities can provide services for that many units. Right now, we have 111 units that hasn't even broken ground that has a cafe in it. A cafe for 111 units. So it's not enough.
Actually, following up on that, and I know we're almost at 11 and we're kind of going all over the place here, but I'm going to go all over the place just a little bit more. When we were talking about the downtown specific plan, we were talking a lot about preserving retail or incentivizing retail, especially like first floor on El Camino. I don't know where you guys, I'm curious to see where you go with the zoning, because you were saying you were going to look into that and see if there was a way to wrap that into the housing element. That seems like the kind of thing that is needed also in that Connect Menlo M2 area. And I'm wondering, just like we were looking at that for the downtown specific plan, you were looking at that was possible to slip it into the housing element. Like, to me, that's something I'm curious about, whether there's an opportunity now-ish or when we look at the downtown specific plan for like retail incentivization. That to me seems what that area really needs. And I actually think that adding them more housing and adding them more development is going to make the likelihood of retail being a viable thing there, because there's going to be people to go to the retail. I'm seeing a lot of looks here, but to me, it seems like that'll make the market case for actually seeing that stuff be viable. But I'm curious, Ms. Chow, what you think about that first floor retail, that incentivizing that type of development, or I don't know if that's rezoning or just modifying things.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, that would be not necessarily a rezoning, but a text amendment to the zoning district. So that is definitely one strategy in looking at ground floor retail as a requirement, looking at increasing the allowed retail uses, not necessarily office or life sciences, but purely retail or commercial or neighborhood serving use type uses. So there's a cap right now on the allowed non-residential uses. We can look at potentially lifting the requirement for residential uses. Right now, that is part of the zoning in the RMU, that you have to have residential first and then commercial second. So if that requirement is something that we want to explore removing, that potentially, I look to the city attorney if that is like something that we could do, but that I think that could be an option as well. I do agree that when we were creating this sort of live work play environment in the Connect Menlo, that we really were trying to incentivize the housing and wanted to make sure that we did get the residential uses there in order to help then bring in the other types of uses to help support the livelihood of the restaurants and the cafes and yoga studios and whatnot. So that was the reason why there was the requirement for residential first in the RMU district. But certainly we can look at amending that zoning district to better suit the needs.
I would just also like to point out that, we some years ago removed a bunch of the on-street parking over there. So obviously people won't be driving to only new retail that you want to create. And I think also there is actually no requirement that with these parcels that they actually have even sidewalks that connect. And so I think if you're going and like at some point revisiting this idea of the community that's being created, there's a bunch of additional elements, not just the retail, but it's like, what does the exact pedestrian infrastructure look like? And I would even say maybe even some on-street parking here or there might be a good thing to revisit.
I know that the Complete Streets Commission was looking at the connectivity in that area as something. So to me, it is interconnected. I don't know if we'll see eye to eye on the on-street parking, but definitely on the connectivity and accessibility. Vice Mayor Taylor.
I just want to thank all of you for having this discussion. I'm not sure which direction I am going to ask you to support that we give staff, because I see two pieces to this, but just just wanted to share this note with you. There was additional services called Ride Plus provided through Samtrans. It only covers the Bellhaven neighborhood, but it doesn't connect with the apartments on Haven Avenue. So there's already a disconnect because the area is looked at in pieces. It is a disservice. We need to look at it as a whole, especially if we have units being completed. We have hotels being built there. There's a lot of development there. And so we just need to look at the area as a whole and figure out where we need to do. And Ms. Chow, you said lift, doing a text amendment to the zoning. And I'm not sure what the recommendation is, but I know that it's something that I will continue to ask for, whether it's down zoning, rezoning, spot zoning, some kind of changes so that we enhance that area for folks who are going to be living there sometime in the new year. And I'm not sure, Ms. Chow or Mr. Bradley, if you have suggestions on what we need to be doing as a council to direct you to do.
Looks like Councilmember Nash might have a suggestion. So let's go to Councilmember Nash and then Chow. We need to, by acclamation, extend the meeting past 11, I believe. So are there thumbs up, nods? Yes. I did your job, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Willison.
No, actually, please go first.
Thank you. I think it sort of the immediate need is to understand if there is something that we are going to be doing as part of the housing element. I think the second part that we were talking about, and it sounds like there was some momentum there, is that would be separate from the housing element. And so we can certainly evaluate and explore options of like what this might do or what that might do. I don't think we can come up with all the solutions or, you know, the solution this evening, but if that is something that we want to explore, I think that would be separate from the housing element and something that staff could look into.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
I am not remembering the technical term. No net loss policy is only an option if there is a movement in zoning in one area to another area. So is that only an opportunity with the housing element, or is that an opportunity with the rezoning conversation?
So I sort of see them as together. So the rezoning is an implementation program of the housing element. And so we will be bringing the zoning back very quickly at the meeting of the Planning Commission on 10/23. And that has not been noticed per prior direction from council. We did not notice it for downzoning. So if that is a conversation that is part of housing element, it may be part of this zoning conversation, or if there is a separate housing conversation for additional zoning, potentially that could be a separate piece, but
It's my understanding that this is the only opportunity to do it, which is why I keep bringing it up.
I would agree with you that this is the moment, but what I'm feeling on the dais is that there's not, I hate to say it, but that there's not support for it. But what there is support for is looking at bringing, how do we incentivize retail and connectivity and looking at that community as a whole.
So that part I'm supportive of, but there's the potential of having anywhere from 700 to another 1,500 units there. I don't know what the potential is. And they're not affordable. I mean, if that's our goal. I just see value in shifting some of the zoning. If we really want to talk about equitable housing policy or land use policy in Menlo Park, some of those units need to be shifted someplace else. Whether it's 30 units an acre, something. I'll even take 10.
Okay, so in the absence of what appears to be, given the timing, given the discussions that we've all had multiple times, and given the hour, I'm not seeing that's going to move forward at this time, Vice Mayor Taylor. And so, okay, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Combs.
Just so I'm understanding, making sure I understand. the down zoning, like, right? That would something that we would have to incorporate into the next version. I know the zoning exercise is something separate, but that would be something we would have to inform and disclose. Well, disclose makes it seem very legalese, but it's something we would have to communicate to HCD, correct or no? Or we could start on this sort of like effort to downzone and we wouldn't have to communicate any of that to HCD.
HCD has to review, there's no affirmative approval process for HCD to approve a no net loss transfer, if you will. But because we need to do, because under no net loss, we'd have to upzone concurrently with the downzoning. The downzoning would have to happen in the same ordinance or at the same meeting as the upzoning for the housing element. And so although HCD doesn't necessarily approve our downzoning, they will be aware of it because it has to happen concurrently.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that they didn't have to approve it. My question was, do they have to know? And you are saying, yes, they have to know or be told.
Yes, there is, I'm just sorry, I'm looking at the law. So, yeah, so if HCD finds that the city hasn't properly adhered to the no net loss laws, then HCD can make findings that we haven't. But again, there's no affirmative like review or notification obligation on the part of the city. But it will be concurrent, and so it's very likely that they would be aware of it.
Thanks for that clarification. That makes me more concerned just about the timing and one about the timing, but two about making sure that we pass this ordinance or housing element, sorry, it's late, and finalize that approval so we're not at risk of projects that we don't have any oversight over. And what I'm hopeful of is that if we can get our housing element passed, we can have, the traditional control and checks and balances to make sure what projects are developed. I'm hopeful. I wasn't here, but the conversations that happened around Willow Village and getting them to put in the grocery store that will one day be opened, it makes me wonder what other opportunities are there and what other opportunities exist outside of this formalized process that has to happen concurrently as we finish the housing element.
So even though this is not a study session, staff, are you getting the direction? Where do we go? How do we wrap this up?
Yes, thank you. If I may just articulate, I think the 4 points that I think you summarized earlier, but just I'll repeat them. And this is the direction for staff to make revisions to the housing element. And then we will repost, or we will hopefully get comments, feedback back from HCD as well, and make any additional revisions and then repost for 7 days prior to resubmittal to HCD for their start of their 60-day review period. So the four, in addition to what we've discussed today, what staff changes are, the four things that city council would like additional strengthening in the document is somehow articulate the rezoning capacities better to the linkages regarding the zoning, provide greater specificity in the mid-year cycle review. So that would be tracking projects, and if there are additional variances or other exceptions that are being made, to then link those potential to changes in the mid-year cycle to help make those less of the constraints and reduce the barriers to development. There would be an additional addition to our anti-displacement strategy to look at additional rental assistance for lower income households, and then a modification to our BMR guidelines to explore the lowering of the AMI for our various income categories.
Were those two separate ones? Because you said there were 4. So was
Yeah, so
that
3, the one related to the anti-displacement was number 3. So the first one was better create linkages on the rezoning and articulate how we're going to be getting like our numbers. The second one is the
mid-cycle review?
mid-cycle review. The third is the anti-displacement, and the 4th is the modifications to the BMR guidelines.
Those are 2 separate ones. Councilmember Nash.
So I potentially have a number 5, and that is to add as a home ownership preservation, the $4.5 million in electrification work that we will be discussing in a hopefully few minutes. But perhaps that's something that can be highlighted as a home preservation.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I believe there is an existing program that talks about housing rehabilitation, and that might fit nicely in there. We can mention the program.
So if you, we know that you submitted something to HCD on the 21st. If you hear back from them and you learn something that has a policy implication, or that, will you come back to us, or will you just handle it on your own? I guess, yeah, what's that about?
Yeah. So yes, good question. I think we'll have to see what that comment is. One opportunity is for staff to address it. And then during the 7-day posting period, the city council could let us know if they would like to call it up, and we could bring it as an agenda item if there's further conversation needed.
If it's not too much work, which I guess when you preface something like that, it's going to be a lot of work. When you do the posting, so when you guys are putting it up there, is it possible to have at least a summary of where to find the direction that we've given you, those associated changes? Some kind of cheat sheet or something?
Sure. If the attachment D worked for the council, we can add on to the
That would
items
be fabulous. So we know what we're looking at, because we're basically entrusting you, which we do trust you, to go and take our direction and do stuff. But it would be good for us, like you said, during that 7-day period, to have that opportunity to look it over and be like, oh, that's not what I meant at all, or something, or if that looks great. And hopefully we'll all say that looks great, and we'll be off to the races.
Yes.
Okay, so what type of motion are you seeking?
I think none. If I'm seeing nods, so if that's the general consensus, then we can take that direction and move forward with the housing element revisions.
I think we are maybe not at 100% satisfaction, but the overall majority says to go forth and get us across the finish line. So thank you so much for everything. And yeah, we're keeping our fingers crossed that this time is the charm. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I promise that is not the amount of time that it's going to take for the other agenda items. Thank you all so much for bearing with us. Obviously an extremely important topic that we were talking about. So sometimes these things take time. We're moving on to our regular business. We've been in our regular business. So we're continuing on with our regular business. K2, consider and adopt a resolution for a closure of a portion of Ryan's Lane between Crane Street and Escondido Lane for outdoor dining opportunities. Here to introduce this item is our planning manager, Kyle Parada. Good evening, Mr. Parada. Thanks for hanging in there. And I see, I don't want to call you Ms. Carpaccio, but thank you for hanging in there too. You probably learned more about the housing element than you ever wanted to know, but we appreciate you being here so late. So good evening, Mr. Parada.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Willison and members of the City Council. Give me a second here to pull up my presentation. I do have a very brief presentation for this item this evening. Second. Okay. Okay, great. So this is the proposed short-term street closure for Ryan's Lane. And so I will jump right in here. So just a brief overview. So this is the second street closure downtown that the council is reviewing and considering. Just as an overview, it fits into a broader set of actions that have been taken recently regarding downtown, specifically the outdoor dining streetery program, as well as the recent amendments to the general plan, circulation element, and specific plan to allow for these street closures to be considered in the areas on our circulation map designated as Main Street, that's Santa Cruz Avenue, and then these smaller local access alleys, which Ryan's Lane is considered. Those amendments were adopted on August 15th, and then subsequently the street closure of the 600 block of Santa Cruz Avenue was approved on August 29th. That's the eastbound or towards El Camino direction, along with some other bicycle improvements in that block. So the street closure before the council this evening, that would be a short-term street closure within Ryan's Lane, specifically the segment between Crane Street and Escondido Lane. So not all the way between Crane and Chestnut, but a portion of it. And even then it's a smaller portion within that is designated as an outdoor dining area. I do have a graphic on the next slide that I'll show briefly. A couple of key components. So the dining area would also be between the two businesses or the two buildings that front Crane Street, and would allow for a 5-foot pathway adjacent to the dining area to allow access for adjacent businesses within Ryan's Lane. It's set to expire in March, end of March, March 31st of next year. That coincides with a general anticipated completion date for the construction at the Clark's Oyster Bar Restaurant at 772 to 780, excuse me, Santa Cruz Avenue. Staff does include a recommendation or a component for the resolution that would allow for the city manager to extend that temporarily if construction is ongoing, to allow for the continued operation of a potential streetery in the designated dining area during that construction. Any potential long-term street closure would require council review and staff subsequent to tonight. If the council adopts the street closure on the short-term street closure, staff would continue to work with neighboring restaurants that utilize Ryan's Lane for secondary access, construction, as well as potentially dining to look at a potential long-term solution that would take into account access, deliveries, trash, recycling, other needs of the businesses. So just a brief, quick graphic here to probably should have been the first slide to orient to the members of the community and council. But the area we're talking about is really the area adjacent to Crane Street and that small portion of Ryan's Lane, about 37 to 40 feet in length from the edge of the curb there. And so the recommended actions this evening before the council would be to adopt a resolution approving the short-term street closure as outlined in attachment A. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prada. Let's go ahead and take public comment, please, City Clerk Karen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K2, consider and adopt a resolution for a closure of a portion of Ryan's Lane between Crane Street and Escondido Lane for outdoor dining opportunities. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating online, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, now's the time to press *9. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. I just want to thank the planning staff, the public works staff, Fran Dean, our interim economic development manager, the folks at Carpaccio, the folks at Clark. I mean, what more could a city council want than a resolution where folks seem to be happy? So I want to see if my colleagues have anything to say. Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I'm just curious, why the suggestion for the striping for the city? I know it's only 5 months away, March March is very close to now, and so curious about why it should be striped as opposed to just left open.
Sure. So I think Councilmember Doors, you're referring to the 5-foot pathway between the street, the designated dining area and the Clark's building. Yeah, the striping one, it would help define the space. It would help ensure that the space stays clear. The city can accommodate striping of that length in our current maintenance budget. So we felt like it was a helpful tool to help define the dining space and allow access for users in the alley that need to get back there.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. And I also want to reiterate, thank you for all the outreach and the work that you've done. I do want to note that one important business did not receive outreach. I did, and this is Menlo Dry Cleaners. And so I'd like to make sure that they are on the list to be contacted when the permanent solution comes forward. They've been very concerned about the lane closure since the day it started. And they're just off the chart that was, they're right at the corner of the lane and okay.
Yeah, we can certainly take that direction and make sure to expand our outreach going forward.
That would be great because yes, they definitely need a voice when a permanent solution is discussed. I also want to make sure that in moving barriers for access, that the city does not need to get involved in moving the K-rails or anything. This is if Clark's needs provide 72-hour access. I'm sorry, it's getting late. If Clark's gives 72-hour notice that the barriers need to be moved, that will be between the two parties and not involve the city in any way.
Yeah, no, good question, Councilmember Nash. I think that's the intent. Is that would be between the two businesses, including the K-rails.
Thank you. I hope that is the practice as well, just knowing how busy staff is. And then I'm very happy to see a pedestrian path. I think that will be a benefit to everyone. So thank you so much.
All right, I am happy to entertain a motion. It's on your screen if anyone wants to jump to it. See who's going to hit the button first. I just hit it. Anyone want to? Our computers are loading here. You can.
I'm happy to
Somebody-
take a
is-
verbal motion.
Is there, we just got a second.
okay.
Okay, we got it.
And for the record, can I have the motion and seconder just verbalize those?
I have made the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Combs to adopt a resolution approving a street closure of a portion of Ryan's Lane between Crane Street and Escondido Lane to vehicles to allow for outdoor dining during construction of the future restaurant at 772 through 780 Santa Cruz Ave until March 31st, 2024. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you again for staying so late, and we wish you great success, continued success with your restaurant. Okay, we are moving on to L, which is our study session. L stands for late tonight. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council and Planning Commission will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary for when the item returns to the City Council for action. And our first and only study session item this evening is L1, provide direction to staff on expending state award of $2.25 million for community-wide electrification project. And here to introduce this item is our sustainability manager, Rebecca Lucky. Good evening, almost morning, Ms. Lucky.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson and council members. It's a pleasure to be here with you late at night. And I think most of you know this is my last council meeting. I'm going to be not going across the ocean this time. I am going a couple cities down closer to where I live. I have small kids, so it'll be really helpful for our family. But I just wanted to say I've appreciated getting to know each and every one of you. The Environmental Quality Commission have grown very fond of. It's been an incredible experience. This community has really pushed a lot of my thinking and just the innovation, and always willing to kind of lead. We've definitely moved some mountains in our day. And so I'm really pleased with the team that's been built in the sustainability division. And I think they're well prepared to continue growing and supporting the change. So I really appreciate it. I'm going to miss all of you. But again,
Thank you.
only a couple cities down.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucky, for your years of really tremendous service. And we wish you the best of luck in your new role.
Thank you. All right, so I'm glad that I'm leaving on a note where we're talking about funding for building electrification. And the recommendation for tonight for the City Council is to provide direction on spending $2.25 million that was awarded by California Energy Commission. So in actuality, we were awarded $4.5 million, and this is the first half of our funding that's being given to us. We did receive it last month. The remaining half will be provided to the city once we've submitted a progress report. And so the recommendation is to consider partnering with Peninsula Clean Energy and allocate potentially $2.15 million to its home upgrade program for electrification projects in the Bellhaven neighborhood. And then to also possibly consider providing seed funding for building electrification workforce development of up to $100,000. So this checks quite a few boxes for the City Council from previous direction and approvals. It supports meeting our climate action plan goal number 1 to electrify existing buildings by 2030. And back in 2021, the council directed to look into partners for funding and financing programs for a turnkey program that specifically targeted low-income residents. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the significant role that Menlo Spark played in getting this funding. They requested funds through Senator Josh Becker's office, and that's how the city was able to receive the funding for this program or for the grant. I kind of already went through this, that we received the first half of the funds. I do want to make a note that the full $4.5 million does have to be spent by June 30th, 2026. If it's not spent, we have to return the funds, any remaining funds, back to the state. The Environmental Quality Commission did provide some advice to the City Council on this topic of how to expend the grant funds. And they advised to partner with Peninsula Clean Energy to be the program implementer and provide no-cost home electrification retrofits for low-income residents, target single-family homeowners, and require at least 2 appliances per home be transitioned to electric, and at minimum targeting the heating devices, so heat pump, water heater, heat pump, space heating, and air conditioning that would be included. And support homeowners with a roadmap, establish a goal to achieve high volume of homes, enable a quick start program, and provide seed funding for existing building electrification workforce development, and provide portable resilience package. And that looks like portable battery storage. So when there's a power outage, residents have some access to power. So the partnership with a potential partnership with PCE could really enable the Quick Start program that the EQC is seeking. And PCE does currently operate or administer the home upgrade program. It's been going on for about 2 years. It's available to low-income, single-family homeowners in PCE's territory. And under this current program, one electrification measure is provided to the homeowner at no cost, and also minor home repairs. So, if the door needs to be repaired or there's some kind of minor repair that can be included. And PCE is looking at expanding the program for 2024 to include whole home electrification. And this program enhancement is expected to electrify 40 low-income homes in Menlo Park. So the additional funding that the Menlo Park funds could provide to the home upgrade program of 2.15 million could help upgrade an additional 40 to 60 homes in Menlo Park, and the target would be the Bellhaven neighborhood. And PCE is looking into a way to track and monitor which homes receive the PCE funding and which homes would receive Menlo Park's specific grant funds. So that way it ensures that we're still hitting our marks with the PCE program funds of 40 homes being electrified. So there's many electrification measures on this list. I won't go through every single one of them, but I spoke about the two main ones: heat pump water heater and heat pump space heating and cooling. But there's a few other options here, like needing to upgrade the electrical panel that can be included at no cost. One of the potential challenges when staff was discussing this program partnership with PCE is sometimes when you have a small geographic area and you're trying to focus on expending a lot of funds in a short amount of time, it can be very challenging. It requires high participation levels and kind of understanding how many single family homes, because right now the home upgrade program only focuses on single family homes that are low income. And low income is defined in the PCE program as meeting 80% of the average median income. And when we started looking at the census data and the amount of single family homes, it was becoming a little bit clearer that it might be challenging to expend all these funds, and looking at an option to possibly increase the AMI from 80% to 120, which is similar to the city's below market rate program. Another option could be to include renter occupied single family homes. This is again something that PCE doesn't do. They could do the income eligibility from 80% to 120 AMI, but for the renter income verification of the property owner, that would be something the city would have to administer on its own. They're not set up to do that. But looking at the potential single family homes that are rented out, it's not a huge group, and it is a potential. And there's some income thresholds for the property owners that are renting these properties that they need to meet to qualify for the program. The workforce development grant, it really looks at developing a specialized workforce. One thing that has been kind of talked about over and over is needing a workforce that specializes in electrification and upskilling contractors. And so this was a piece of a puzzle that the grant could help cover. And if the council wants to explore this, staff could develop some criteria, check in with the Environmental Quality Commission and bring back some of the criteria and what the process would be. There are a few organizations in the Bay Area that do offer workforce development. So that almost concludes my presentation. So I'm just reiterating the recommendation that I said earlier to partner with PCE to allocate 2.15 million to its home upgrade program. If the council directs staff to go this route, we would form an agreement with PCE and MOU or a formal agreement and bring it back to the city council. The PCE staff does need to review it as well, and their legal team, to make sure that all sides are in agreement on executing this work. And then seeking direction on whether the city council would like to allocate $100,000 for building electrification seed funding. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. I think we'll go ahead and get public comment. So City Clerk Herring, can you please call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item L1, provide direction to staff on expending state award of $2.25 million for community-wide electrification project. Participating virtually, we ask you engage that hand feature on the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item L1. Okay, Mayor Wilson, we have 2 speakers.
Go for it.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening again. It's really wonderful to see the community-wide electrification program come closer to a reality. I want to give a special shout out and thank you to the Environmental Quality Commissioners. Most of them came to Belhaven meetings and events that we were having, and they listened for understanding of the community that they're trying to bring electrification to. Couple of things I have is with the document that's been put together in EQ and PCE's letter, how have Belhaven residents been involved in the development of the process? And I want to remind you that just doing emails and text messages do not reach everybody, and that some people don't read mail that looks like junk mail. Also, are we, the city, required to work with PCE's home upgrade program? It may be that alternative option 1 would ensure the highest number of residents benefit from the community electrification funds. Why would the city use the current BMR program when we know it does not allow current residents to qualify for units in the new Gateway apartments? Why do people over 80 need to qualify for the program? People over 80 should just have to show that they're really over 80 years old, and that's the end of their paperwork. Also, can the AMI level initially be decreased to make sure that the funds reach the people who need the benefits the most, and then increase it gradually? With the renter occupied, the homeowner's income should be no more than the AMI in San Mateo County. 200% is much too much to consider. And how are you going to ensure that these owners are currently charging reasonable rents, especially for families? And lastly, we're going to need a strong anti-displacement policy, which is supposed to be part of the housing element anyway, and our housing commission has requested to have that on their work plan. We also need a strong renters protection and a strong tenant relocation program. Thank you very much.
All right, and our final speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Wanted to express gratitude to Rebecca Lucky for her service to the city. I first met Rebecca Lucky when I started some volunteer service to the city on the Environmental Quality Commission a long time ago. And so thankful for her service and sad to see her go. On the topic at hand, wanted to build on some things that Ms. Jones was just saying. This does relate to the previous topic of the housing element, in that when buildings are being upgraded, there is a risk of renoviction is the buzzword, that the home will be upgraded and then rents raised and tenants have to move. And so the tenant protections that we are working on in the housing element should be accelerated for many reasons, including for this one. Secondly, building on Ms. Jones's points, there's a ticking clock in terms of expending the funds. and both a need to balance getting the electrification to the people that have the greatest financial need with not wanting the money to go to waste. So I also agree with Ms. Jones. I'm starting with people at the lower income levels and really taking advantage of what the city has learned over the last couple of years in terms of doing extremely robust outreach in terms of being able to connect to people that actually need the service so that people who need it can find it. And then, if we're being slow to expend the funds, then increasing the income level of people who qualify. And if we still think that we're not going to be able to use all the funds, then consider low-income people that are outside the Belhaven neighborhood, but making sure to do as good as humanly possible job as finding people who can use this program inside the Belhaven neighborhood to start with. And lastly, I think the opportunity to have workforce development serve people locally is a really powerful opportunity, because building electrification is just a huge growing market and a great set of skills to acquire. So anything that we can do to support that workforce development with local orgs and local people would be a very beneficial part of this program. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for this item. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And thank you to Ms. Jones and Ms. Levin for your comments. I also wanted to just take this moment to thank the folks at Menlo Spark and State Senator Josh Becker for their work in getting us this money. This is a great problem to have, how to spend $4.5 million in like 2.5 years. Like that was the Brewster's Millions, the theme of that movie. Remember that movie? Where you had to spend money really fast. So I recommend you all watch it. So I want to turn over to my colleagues for any questions, comments, direction they have on the recommendations that staff and the EQC have put forward. Vice Mayor Taylor?
Off with, thank you, Ms. Lucky, for your leadership. I know you've been a part of the conversation from the beginning, and I also want to thank Diane Bailey. She was a leader in making sure that those funds came to Menlo Park. I wanted to find out, is there any opportunity to include in this? I am an advocate of local hire. I'm a supporter of workforce development. When projects like these come to communities, it's important to hire from that community to help lead that project. So is there an opportunity to do that besides the normal reaching out to a community-based organization, which I know that's something that PCE does, but I'm really looking at hiring from the community that is going to be served by this grant.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. I think that's a good question. PCE staff, they did come to the meeting at 8 o'clock, but they had another obligation, so had to leave at 10:30. What I do know is for the enhancement of the home upgrade program, they've released an RFP, I want to say last month, to get more program implementers. And I think the question to PCE would be, are some of those program implementers that they hire, could they potentially hire folks from Menlo Park or specifically the Belhaven neighborhood? We definitely follow up on that and get back a response.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I didn't pick up everything that the public comments provided, but not sure if you did. Just looking at, I know there was stronger protection, stronger anti-displacement policy, decreasing the AMI. So if we did decrease the AMI to 50%, how do you think that would impact the program? Or do you think it'll impact it at all?
So in discussions with PCE staff, their recommendation is not to deviate too far off from what they currently offer. So their current eligibility standard is 80% meeting 80% at or below AMI. And I apologize, but the PC staff did have to leave. We could follow up, but that was their specific, because if they're having to kind of implement different levels, it's difficult. And looking, I need to probably pull up hold on a second. Let me look at the AMI chart here. So you're looking at 50%. Yeah, so based on the census data, the median income for the entire Bellhaven neighborhood is about 120. And if we're looking at single family homes, it's going to be difficult to reach the numbers that we're trying to achieve, potentially at a very low income level as well. So that's another thing to consider.
Ms. Lucky, the data that I'm looking at is from, it's not current, but it is from the housing supply study that was done. A community profile, and it showed that the median income was closer to, it was just under 60,000.
Yeah, I did look at that study as well yesterday. And where I think there is a difference in the data sets is the data from the Y study is including both rental and multifamily. What we were trying to drill down into the census blocks that only had single family homes and what those income brackets look like for that block instead of being a whole entire neighborhood. That's my understanding, that the differences between our data set and the data set from the Y study.
Are there any other organizations or programs that do not require anyone over the age of 80 to qualify?
That do not require?
That do not.
Require over the age of 80.
So they have a cap on, if you're over that age, then you don't have to qualify. You would automatically,
You
because
would
it's clear you're
automatically
on a
be able to
fixed income.
participate.
Yes.
I mean, again, with the home upgrade program, the way it's been currently running, I think there has been kind of a sliding scale for people over the age of 65 even to allow them to come into the program and participate, because we understand that they're on a fixed income. There are other constraints that folks are dealing with as well. But again, that I can follow up with PC staff on that, but I don't know of any other programs that automatically allow that, but that is a possibility.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shar?
Sure, thank you. While we're sharing gratitudes, along with thanking Ms. Lucky and Ms. Bailey, who've supported this work, I also want to give a special shout out to Commissioner Angela Evans, because she's worked really hard also in a huge consortium and conversation also with community groups to support this. So really thankful for everyone who's been involved in this work. It makes sense that PCE is being uplifted as the main person to work with. I think, Ms. Lucky, you were referring to their RFP to local providers of community engagement. And so I think a group like Climate Resilient Communities would be a good fit to be a partner in this, to do local implementation, especially as they've already done work to get air filters out to community members in Bellhaven and East Palo Alto. And so I think they have some of those relationships. But what I also heard from Vice Mayor Taylor's comment is, are there other opportunities for employment? So maybe even beyond working and doing like a subcontract with a specific group, maybe there are opportunities to get other folks involved from the community. And that's something that I'm curious about too, and eager to explore with the funding that we have. Along with that, I'm interested in opportunities to include renters in this conversation. And so actively include them from the start with provisions that the savings are somehow being passed on to those renters. So if they have to pay their electric bills, they now, or their energy bills, that they get any savings from that electric transition. And also, as has been mentioned, creating really robust anti-displacement measures to protect folks who do this fantastic electro fits, as I said in this memo. And I know that some members of the EQC even put together some initial ideas on anti-displacement measures that could go in tandem with electrification. And I hope that's something that they plan to share around to the council and publicly, because I think it provides some really good ideas about, nothing too far off from what we've already talked about rent control and other broad anti-displacement measures that are needed, but would love to see that move forward with renters. On prioritizing who we support with this program, I'm grateful that we're focusing on District 1. And when I think about the need to focus on lower income folks for this electrofits, as well as creating flexibility to build interest in the program and get more folks involved, I think that the current proposed level of 80% AMI could be good to get even more folks in the door for the program. Because I think getting some folks who are still in that lower AMI, who are receptive and interested, so they can, create models of success for how this works, I think could help build more support or more interest in getting this input. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Councilmember Nash?
So first of all, just to echo the thanks to Ms. Lucky and best wishes as you go to your new position. You were instrumental in getting our climate action plan pulled together and passed, and thank you so much. It will be different without you here. So thank you. And I think you have assembled a great team. Also, thanks to, as you said, Angela Evans, Diane Bailey, and Senator Josh Becker. This really is quite an accomplishment. Regarding the program itself, I agree with what has been said that we should, at this point, limit the AMI to 80%. I am interested in looking at whether we can have just a blanket acceptance for anyone who's 80 years old or older. I think that it would be great if they don't have to go through any paperwork other than providing their age, if that is not too complicated for to administer. I personally am interested in, well, I'm very interested in having renters included, but I think that that's something that's much more complicated and will involve city staff with, and we need to, so I would like to see the renters put after the program is already up and running, and when we have some renter protections, tenant protections in place, because I am concerned about just how all that will be administered, but I think it's definitely something when we have the opportunity to include. I also am wondering how we will go about making any tweaks to the program and these this list of requirements. And is that something that can be done, needs to be done at council level, EQC level, staff, just so that we're able to, given that we have a short time frame for spending this money, and we obviously want to have as many people benefit from, as many residents benefit from it as possible. We may need to tweak the participation at times. And has anyone thought about how we would go about doing that?
Yes, so for this scenario of keeping it at 80%, and possibly including age requirements to be able to participate without income verification, PCE can provide reports back. I think city staff will be closely monitoring what are the participation levels. I think the report kind of outlined from start to finish, a project could take 3 to 6 months. So we probably won't be able to see anything too definite until the end of next year. And at that point, there could be adjustments that are made in a report back to city council on that matter.
I'm assuming that there will be some sort of list, though, that can be monitored as far as if there's sufficient people waiting for the program, or if we need to try and locate more people. So just whatever can be done to make sure that we're feeding the pipeline and as many people as possible are getting served. I did have two other comments. One is actually from Vice Mayor Taylor, who let me know that there's language, Habitat for Humanity or Rebuilding Together, I don't recall which, has language in their contracts that requires homeowners to reimburse the organization if they sell the property within a certain period of time. And I think that that would be very worthwhile to look and see whether we can get that into the contract. It sounds like we could probably pick up some language straight from one of these other contracts and include it so that we, well, for obvious reasons. And then I did have one question on the presentation on slide 7, where it said PCE is considering tracking fund sources to differentiate funds used under PCE's program and Menlo Park specific program. From the staff report, it sounded like the funds are going to be used first. PCE will use Menlo Park funds, and then after those are exhausted, they'll use PCE funds. And I was really pleased to see that they're going to save Menlo Park's portion of the PCE funding to be used, or perhaps elsewhere in, where it's needed within Menlo Park. But doesn't that handle the tracking the funding?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Nash. There is a possibility, since the Menlo Park funds are going to focus on the Bellhaven neighborhood, that there could be other low-income homes in Menlo Park that could qualify under PCE's funds. So those can happen at the same time potentially, so one doesn't have to exhaust the other. So that's, the tracking will be
Sounds great.
Important to see that. And if I may just follow up, so the Rebuilding and Habitat for Humanity, are you looking to pair that potentially with the electric retrofits, or?
No, just have the language from in their contract.
Okay.
Yeah. So, thank you.
Councilmember Combs. So I do want to make sure that the PCE, I think we're like 6% of PCE, that we still get those electrification projects done, and that we're not cannibalizing, we're not robbing Paul, pay some other person. And that I'm fine with 80-year-olds not having to be income qualified. I would defer to staff on the level of paperwork needed. Obviously, it's a complex thing. If it's possible to do what Councilmember Nash was talking about ensuring that if someone sells their home, like takes advantage of the program and then uses it to increase the value of their home and then flips it, I think we want to avoid that. So if there's a mechanism, it sounds like Councilmember Nash is recommending a couple contracts to look at. I think that would be really important. I'm glad she caught that. I agree that the renter situation sounds like a city initiative that would require a lot of thought, and the concern we have about displacement. So because of those two reasons, developing those programs, and it sounds like we have a lot going on with this already. So kind of starting with the other eligibility prioritization requirements. I'm actually really concerned about us not finding enough people for this program. So if we want to put in like top tier as 50 AMI, I'm fine with that, but I want to quickly move to the 80 and even go to the 120 if we need to. I think the worst thing that could happen is 2.5 years go by and we're giving back money. Even with that, I would even say for staff to explore further, prioritization criteria, even beyond that. I know that the money is for Bellhaven first and foremost, but if the choice is between giving the money back or giving it to someone that's low income elsewhere, I think we'd be better served giving it elsewhere. So I'm actually interested in some thought around a more robust prioritization criteria. And then to the point of, how will we know how it's going and if we need to modify to build in maybe semi-annual check-in as this goes, at least some kind of info item or some mechanism with the EQC or with us, so that if that prioritization needs to be revisited, that we can do that quickly, because 2.5 years is going to go by in a blink of an eye. And we need to really take advantage. I think that covered everything. I think there was the $100,000 in workforce. Also, I totally support any investment in outreach. If staff thinks that climate resilient communities is the right way to go, or paying neighbors to spread the word and tell other neighbors, I'm fine with whatever needs to be done to get the word out. This program will be nothing if people don't sign up for it. So to invest in that. The $100,000 workforce development. I did speak with Angela Evans today, who said that there might be funding elsewhere for that. And also that the market might be responding more as well in training folks. So that to me is less of a priority it's obviously critical to have a workforce to do this work, but if we can electrify 3 more homes, that's again, if we have people interested. So I think there's a lot of unknowns right now. So I think it's important that once we do get data on how this is going, to check back in, but I'm fine kind of doing a wait and see on that 100,000 or spending it. I could kind of go either way. There's one more thing. I think that's all I have for now. Councilmember Nash, do you have a follow-up?
So, thank you. On the 100,000, I believe we received an email that came in, and also had a discussion with Angela, and they're recommending that the 100,000 be put aside until the end of the year to see whether or not they are able to get other grants and other money. And if they are able to, then it folds back into the rest of the funding. But their suggestion was to put it aside until the first of the year. And then I believe that PCE has said that they will give the city a monthly report. And so perhaps that can go to whoever staff thinks is best, EQC, the council, both, whatever, but that should be a good way to monitor what's going on and jump on any concerns about participation.
Or if we want to have like a transparent web portal or something that's tracking it. Again, staff discretion. I did want to point out again in my conversation with EQC Commissioner Angela Evans, who may be speaking for herself. I don't know what hat she's wearing. There was also a desire to do some kind of quick start program. And I'm actually, in having this discussion, thinking about it almost as an outreach program. If there is an opportunity maybe to get people something fast. I know to enroll in the program, we're saying they need to have one of the big ticket items, either the furnace or the HVAC, but maybe if there's some product related to the backup battery or something, that we give people to bring them into the program to see that, this is a real thing. And I think her thing was about gas furnaces and keeping people warm this winter. So I don't know if there's anything to due to get started. I know that I don't want to add another program outside of this program, but I guess what I was thinking here was just as like almost like a marketing effort, kind of to draw people in if there's some giveaway that they can get. That's just me thinking on the spot. Councilmember Dorr, you look like you have something. No? Okay. Vice Mayor Taylor, anything else about this?
Thank you. I just have the question about how the BMR chart or policy is being used in this or suggested to be used in this program.
So the BMR chart, the San Mateo County income limits, what that would mean if it was raised to 120, you would be eligible to participate in this electrification retrofit program and pay nothing for the electric retrofit if you are at or below. So for a family of 4, I think it's around 200,000. If you're at or below that, you could qualify to participate. And at the 80% AMI, it's 149,000 and some change for a family of 4. So if you're, again, at that level or below, any level below that, you would qualify to participate in the program.
Thank you for the clarification. So anything under 140,000 a year.
Right, 149, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so one clarifying question from Councilmember Nash.
There's been some talk about marketing. Is that being done by the city or by PCE? My understanding was it was going to be done by PCE with help from local, hopefully local outreach.
Yeah, that's a great question to bring up. And I think I do need to clarify a point that was made earlier about the RFP. So the RFP is for hiring a program implementer, not necessarily for outreach, but to hire contractors to do the electrification work because PCE is not only ramping up their home upgrade program, they're going to be offering a direct install program to all income levels next year. And so right now their current contractor is RHA, but they realize that they're going to need to really upscale with having multiple contractors to carry out the work. As far as community outreach, I've really been, looking to Menlo Spark and the community-based organizations to support that effort. I know a lot of our environmental quality commissioners are also hitting the pavement too and drumming up support. City staff and sustainability in the sustainability division can also support, tabling events at Celestica Market and other venues to also kind of engage folks and understand the process of participating in the program. And PCE is also committed to doing that as well. There's no specific, I just want to make it clear, there's no specific funds set aside right now for community outreach. If that's something the council would like to do, this would be a good opportunity to talk about that as well.
Yeah, I would be in support of that if staff finds that helpful and needed. Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. Concur that I want to make sure that there is funding available for community engagement, but I'm not sure if that needs to be money reserved for the city, or is that money reserved to pay community members and maybe a local community-based organization to do that outreach and that engagement? Because I would trust folks who are from and of the community to know best what marketing works.
Yes, it could be that approach. The approach that you're talking about is community-based organizations where they're able to reach out specifically on the program.
Yeah, I would probably want that to come from the $100,000 and not to further cannibalize the money going towards actual electrification, but to limit that dollar amount to some, not to exceed some money. I don't know what that amount would be.
And if I may, through the mayor, just want to clarify the age eligibility. So are you flexible? Does it need to be 80 or 65 and above? Or it's up to staff? Because I think right now PC is 65 and above. I think that's how they're using their scale. for the home upgrade program.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. So for PCE, anyone over 65 does not have to qualify?
That's what I understand. It's not necessarily publicized, but there is a knowledge that folks who are on a fixed income can qualify to a
That
certain
works.
extent.
That works.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Lucky, do you feel like you have adequate direction from the council?
I believe so. So if I can kind of just go over real quick. So we're looking at no income qualification requirements for those over the age of 65 to participate in the program. And then again, this is in the Bellhaven neighborhood to expend these funds. And to
I think it would be consistent with the PCE program.
exactly. And then prioritize income levels at 80% and have a check-in at some point and then increase. We can be collecting income folks. So if there are some who are at 120, but we're not necessarily engaging, but we find that we need to engage and we can save the information. But we're targeting basically the 80% AMI at this point going forward. And single family homeowners. And for the rentals, we're pausing that until we've got more clarity on rental protections.
I would maybe do more than just collect the info about the 120. I mean, I think depending on how it's going. So if somebody applies and they're 120, like, and we don't have we have only 2 people at 80. I don't want to just do nothing. Like if the capacity is there and it's not being met with the 80 and we have people at 120, then Vice Mayor Taylor.
I have a question. Do you know what the dollar amount per household that's expected to be spent?
Yes, so right now it's about 30,000 to provide a whole home electrification retrofit. Now there is some other factors to consider. So there'll be incentives that come online that folks will be able to, including PC's own incentives. So that number could drop. The rebate and incentive landscape is changing rapidly in existing building electrification. So it's hard to predict exactly how much, but without any incentives, it's about $30,000.
Is there any flexibility if the household needs more funding? Like there's some other issues, because I know that came up for providing heat pumps.
Yes, I think that would be a big benefit of the Menlo Park funds is potentially electrifying maybe the more challenging homes and spending some time on that to reach the whole home electrification. And PCE was agreeable to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, something just came up from that is, are we going to be collecting data about like case study data as we do this program? I think it's a really innovative program, and especially since we're using these state funds, I feel like to be able to have some type of report at the end about the challenges, like how the different to report on what products were used, where what needed to be adjusted, the electrical, I don't know, just some kind of something that someone could learn from. Is that being thought of and included in this?
Collecting data was definitely included, but more of like a storytelling narrative that can
I don't
be
know if it's
added.
data storytelling, but I just want it to be like an opportunity to learn from it as like a case, some kind of case study. And maybe there's like a Stanford group that would want to do some project on it, or maybe something Menlo Spark can help with or something. But it seems like we're having this amazing opportunity to look at this population, and then there might be lessons learned that could be as the world needs to electrify. And I just want to take advantage of sharing what we learn.
Yes, and we do need to submit a progress report to the California Energy Commission as well. So that'll definitely contain details, but I'll add it to the notes as well and talk to the PC staff.
Great.
Okay.
So you were telling us what you
Yes, so
were
the last
doing.
couple of things. So as far as workforce development, it's a hold on it, but potentially could use some of those funds for funding community outreach and engagement for community-based organizations. And my battery has gone out. But I think those are the last 2 points.
I want to clarify on that. My sense is on workforce development, we're holding on using it on workforce development until we hear if there's other funding available for workforce development. And separately, we want to make money available to do that community outreach and engagement. I don't think I caught that it was going to be from the same pot of money if we want to do robust workforce development.
I guess I was just worried about cannibalizing or taking money away from the money that's actually going towards the home electrification. So where's the money going to come from for the outreach?
Right, from the rest of the funding. Yeah, I think I'd appreciate come back to.
Yeah, staff recommendation would be great on that. You're like, I'm not going to be here. That's going to look great.
I do have a clarification then, because if we're planning to do some kind of work with PCE on this, there would be some percentage of funding that would need to go to them to manage the program, right? And so maybe it's asking that, if a portion of that is going towards the community outreach, or I'm just curious there, but we can continue this conversation at another date, given the time. Thanks.
Okay, well, do you have
Yes,
what
I
you
think
need?
that's helpful. I mean, there's a flexibility to use some of the funds for community-based outreach. I think the timing is going to line up anyway, as far as whether or not the seed funding can be provided by another source for the workforce development. So we'll probably know by December of how to use the funds for that element.
Okay. With that, I think it sounds like you have what you need. I'm seeing some nods. Fabulous. I love nods. Okay, then we are moving on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the city council. Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Good luck. Are transmitted to the city council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the city council. Informational items are not action items. However, a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, M1, City Council Agenda Topics, or M2, Transmittal of City Attorney Billing, participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. And final call for public comment on our informational items, M1 and M2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, please continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Are there any comments or questions on the informational items? Okay, moving on to N, the city manager's report, and good evening again, Mr. Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor. I did have a little update on some emergency preparedness winter storm prep. Would you like me to go through that, or
Sure.
I'm happy to also pass given
If
the hour?
it's timely, if it's under 2 minutes.
Okay,
yes.
I'll try to, we'll set the timer. No, just kidding. Let's see, as Margaret Bruce described earlier this evening during her presentation about the San Francisco Creek JPA, we are working to prepare for winter storm season, which according to forecasts may be quite strong this year. So far this year, we've completed the annual San Francisco Creek Walk. We partnered with Grassroots Ecology on a volunteer coastal cleanup day. Participated with the Creek JPA emergency preparation session to coordinate with neighboring cities. We completed an inspection of the San Francisco Creek banks to evaluate areas damaged last year or at potential risk in the future. related to creek stability. Staff had been coordinating with Caltrain to expedite repairs of the railroad and pedestrian bicycle bridges over San Francisco Creek. Unfortunately, one of the permits from the Army Corps of Engineers was not issued in time for the work to be done before the rainy season begins, and the work must be delayed until next year. We'll continue to coordinate with Caltrain to provide assistance as needed to advance this as quickly as possible. The other work in progress includes planning the community preparedness meeting with the Creek JPA partners for the October 26th meeting that was referenced earlier. That's at 6:30 at the Upper Laurel School campus in Menlo Park. And it's open to all adjacent communities as well, East Palo Alto and Palo Alto. Previously, Palo Alto had hosted a meeting, so it's Menlo Park's turn to host this year. This particular meeting, we are exploring adopt a storm drain program. We're conducting our annual storm drain line flushing and outfall maintenance. As was reflected in the earlier consent calendar item, we're cleaning the Atherton Channel to remove vegetation. That work's scheduled to occur weekends of October 23rd and 30th. And then lastly, there will be a actual tabletop exercise with San Francisco Creek partners in early December to again prepare for upcoming storms related to the creek. So that's a little overview of the activity that's underway now to prep for the upcoming months.
Thank you very much for that update. Well worth the couple minutes we gave you. Okay, city council member reports. Anyone have any report out since the September 26th city council meeting? Nope, okay. Then it is 12:17 and I am adjourning the meeting. Thank you and good night.